Hey, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, family. Peace and love, peace and love. This is a video Kurimeo made, right? It was brought to my attention by my big bro from Masi Warrior Clan. And the 10 tribes of Israel are the true history of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes. All right. So shout out to Kurimeo. We're going to check this video out right now. Let me put this over it. Hold on, the background, at the background. And we're going to listen, and we're going to deal with this all day. We have all day today, family, all day today. All right. So let's get it.
Appreciate everybody. Hope you're having a good Sabbath Saturday. So before we begin, we're gonna go so we can get a good crowd coming in. We're gonna go ahead and get a little word here from our brother Con Drop. All right, 432 the Drop Radio. A lot of people like, hey, why you be saying Hawa? Where you getting that from? Where you getting that from? Shout out to Con Drop 432 the Drop Radio. Hold on, me. There you go. You guys can see it. 432 the Drop Radio. A mentor, a Morpheus. To me, learned a lot. Helped me, dodge the hijack a lot. So we're gonna get some words from the brother while we wait for others to join before we begin reading. Wow.
If we're talking about Hawa, the earlier form of Heya, and we're talking about he forms, he molds, or he shapes, and we're talking about Hawa, the creator, a highly prominent name is that of Hawa. It was the most ancient name for the creator and is easily identified from a Hebrew verb meaning to form or to mold or to shape. As time flowed on in the the breath, with the UA, the UAs are always there for a reason. The Hawa, 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 Hawa. This is New Zealand. This is
Little parts here and there, belly flop to different areas. Thanks for being here. It says here the 10 tribes of Israel, or the true history of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes. Which ones? The ones of Israel, they're saying. And yeah, we don't generalize. So a lot of people get confused. We're not saying, oh, this is the true old world. We have many different nations here, so we don't generalize. I don't generalize, all right? But we're just going to read some accounts, historic accounts of what people were saying about, their encounters with certain types of Indian tribes and nations, all right? So, again, just breathe. If any of this, it conflicts you or is controversial for you, just breathe. Oh, wow. Just breathe. Chill, relax, breathe. I ain't your enemy, yo. I ain't your enemy, okay? There's bigger fish to fry, and I'm not your enemy. The 10 tribes of Israel, or the true history of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes. This is by Timothy R. Jenkins, coming out of Springfield, Ohio. This is from 1883. All right, 1883. And we're gonna go right here, right to the beginning. It says the North American.
Anybody want to jump on the panel and be a part of this right here? I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pin the thing at the top, and we're gonna have a peaceful show. I'm gonna be on for a little bit, but I want to make it clear that if you want to come on and comment about this guy Kurimeo, whether he's pseudo or not, we gotta understand this on the premise I do hold that the Native American Indians are not descendants of Jews. And people need to understand my position of where it's coming from. This should be about tomorrow. That's tomorrow's Thunder show. He's going to defend Trump tomorrow. That's if he is. I doubt it. But that's tomorrow. All right, let me get my slides out from my debate with my good brother, my good brother Yawasap. Let me get my slides out for that, so that people can understand the conversation, right? Because sometimes we just deal with conversations and we don't know what they're talking about, and we just jump out the window. We gotta cut that out. We got to know what people are talking about, what they're talking about specifically, so that we can address it properly. I didn't watch all this video, so I said on Sundays I'm gonna probably be on here for probably more than 5 hours, so I might as well just have this video so that people can see what this guy is saying. All right. All right. So I have a question, Chris Connors. I'm not going to respond to your question because you're one of those type of guys. You come in my chat, but when you in other people's chat, you're mad disrespectful towards me. I don't know why. I don't even know you. So I disregard your question. You're irrelevant at this point. All right. If anybody else want to jump on the panel and have a discussion, we could do it. All right. And for the record, terminology is very important. See, the brother just asked me a question. Mika, look at this question this gentleman just asked me. You know, there's something, Mika, what are everybody in the chat? What do you see about this question that stands out? Black American Indians. Why does he have to say black? Why does he have to say black? Why can't he say that? Does Garfield acknowledge American Indians existed? Why did that? You see why? Is it the question itself is just crazy again? Why does he have to say black? Like, why? What's the purpose of that? Well, we're gonna have an intellectual discourse today, all right, about this right here. But this is important. Let me just put this on the screen so that everybody could look at this. No, but they are brighter than everybody else, because when he's in everybody else's chat and talking about me, he's the brightest guy in the conversation. The debate is centered around monogenesis versus polygenesis, which can be defined in different ways, by the way. This is the definition I got from AI. But this actually lays it out. In monogenesis, the theory that all human languages come from a single common ancestor. It also states being in the universe developed from a single cell. Remember, that's monogenesis. That is the position. That's a very strong position. Now, polygenesis, the theory that human languages evolved independently from one another. It also states that living organisms originate from different kinds of cells or embryos instead of a single cell. I would think Mika agree with that. I would think my brother Shacklebreakers Reloaded agree with that. Most of us agree with polygenesis. In biology, in linguistics, monogenesis states that there was a single proto-language that originated between 200,000 and 50,000 years ago. Polygenesis states that languages evolved as several lineages independent of one another. Again, most humans I know, I'm talking my circle, I'm talking like Mika, people like Shacklebreakers, probably Asaru too, Cedric. Most people accept polygenesis. That's where academia actually stands on anyway. It makes more sense. In biology, monogenesis states that all beings in the universe differ from a single cell, polygenesis from different locations. Now, with the Bible believers, they believe everybody come from Noah Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So everybody who is accounted for in the world has to come from one of those people. I'm going to say it again. They believe that anybody in the world stems from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That's very important. Very, very important. So to understand the argument and where it stems from. Now, traveling to the New World, explorers had to account for humans living in this part of the earth. So if you are a Bible believer, the indigenous people of the Americas are possibly the lost tribes of Israel. There had to be Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So remember, Judeo-Christian mentality is what ruled over as a colonizing force, not Islam. The colonizing force is Judeo-Christian, meaning it's Christian, but of course they believe in the Old Testament. So I use the term Judeo-Christian. So they think those people are from the lost tribes of Israel. And what they're going to do, family, and let me stop sharing for 1 second and put the video on. So you get an idea of what people are arguing about. Chris, if you have a comment, jump on the panel. Biologically speaking, we are not black. We're all humans. But I digress. Now, as far as the African-American experience, I am a black man. I scream black power all day, every day. But in a biological or a scientific sense, I'm not black. All right. You don't want to accept that? Well, hey, you want to say that we're saying that people aren't black? All right. Let's get back to this video here. All right. So let me cover this up for a little bit. All right. All right, let me jump off a Clubhouse. I was on Clubhouse, so I was doing two things at one time. And y'all know Garfield. You know Garfield can't multitask. Can't multitask, but Jack, it took me years to realize it, man. Years to realize it. My ex-wife used to tell me that all the time. You can't multitask for shit. You can't. But let's get to this dude, and he took his time. Yeah, but I'm talking in a sense of the Western world because I live in America. So pure black, you are correct. I am Jamaican, but it is what it is. All right, all right. And please don't, if you comment in the chat, if you can't say it to me yourself, don't say it. Let's leave it alone. All right, let's get to this guy's video.
American Indian. The following is from J.J. Mombert's History of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, page 68, all right? And I've shown the actual source of this, being an extract from a letter written by William Penn to the Committee of the Free Society of Traders in London, England, 1683. He states of the origin of the North American Indian, I am ready to believe them of the Jewish race, so-called Jewish, right? Israelite, of the sons of Jacob. I mean of the stock of the 10 tribes. That's what he means. Yeah, specifically. And that for the following reasons. First, they were to go to a land not planted or known, which to be sure Asia and Africa were, if not Europe, and he that intended that extraordinary judgment upon them might make the passage not uneasy to them, as it is not impossible in itself from the easternmost part of Asia to the westernmost part of America. In the next place, I find them of the like countenance, and their children of so lively resemblance that a man would think himself in Duke's Place or Berry Street in London when he sees them. Why did he say that? Because those were so-called Jewish neighborhoods and mainly Sephardic Jewish people in those areas of London at that time. When remember, this is William Penn. This is a primary source. This is recorded. He said this. But this is not all. They agree in rites. They reckon by moons. They offer their first fruits. They have a kind of feast of tabernacles. They are said to lay their altar upon 12 stones. Their mourning, a year customs of women, with many other things that do not now occur. Okay?
All right. Anybody wants to jump on the panel and address these things? Now, William Penn did say that. I have no qualms about what William Penn said, but that's William Penn's opinion. Remember this. Think about this for a second. Let me take this off the screen and let me add this back on the screen. I want y'all to take a look at this. This is from my presentation in my debate, right? Now, Israelites in pre-Columbia America is based on the lost tribes of Israel concept. All started with supposedly the Assyrian exile, Sabbaton River. Josephus knew the location of the 10 tribes. Rabbi Akiva, Eldad Dan, Prester John, Columbus coming to the New World. This is all predicated on what? What did I put at the end? On if you accept the Judeo-Christian paradigm. So if you don't accept the Judeo-Christian paradigm, it don't apply to you. All right? It doesn't apply to you at all. But I want everybody to understand something. All right? Now watch this. Again, I'm trying to multitask and I can't multitask. Now, William Penn is talking about Feast of Tabernacles and all that stuff. That's from a Judeo-Christian paradigm. So what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to, now when you hear about circumcision, separation during menstruation, human sacrifice or animal sacrifice, Levirate marriage, moon festival, worshiping multiple gods, you start to think these are Israelite practices because of one thing, a Judeo-Christian paradigm. If you accept that paradigm, that means every time you see it, you think automatically in your brain, oh, those are things from the Bible. The Bible influenced these things. And these things might not even follow completely how the Israelites do it. Like circumcision. Circumcision could be when somebody's a teenager. It could be when somebody is 5 days old. It could be when they're 10 years old. It could be also they're also circumcising the woman. But all we hear is the fact that they did circumcision. So yeah, they connected to Israel. That's the Judeo-Christian paradigm. All right. Let me stop for a second. So what William Penn said doesn't automatically make the Native Americans Israelites. That's not evidence. I just want to make that clear.
All right. So I also do, guys, if you guys can just stay on topic in the chat, because you will go off talking about other things that we're not even talking about, you know? So if you're new to my channel, I know it might be hard for you to not, to not just go off track and just start talking about random stuff. But we try to keep it in subject here, right? And hopefully, this is information that you can, acknowledge. Maybe you never heard before. This is a real sources. We're not just talking about beliefs here. So it's not about beliefs, okay, guys? It's not about beliefs. We ain't talking about beliefs in these presentations. I'm trying to show you real history. This ain't about religion or religious or religions. Reverend James, it says here, an ancient Israelite relic, our Aborigines. Reverend James S. Milligan writes from Argyle, New York, May 13, 1853, to a friend in Allegheny, Pennsylvania, right, having in possession of a very curious relic or facsimile of a relic of that ancient nation, the Israelites. They say the Jews. That's a made up word. Yeah, that's a made up word. We already know. Check out my Chase R series. I take the liberty of addressing you in reference to it in order that I and others may have the benefit for your opinion concerning it. That to which I refer is a facsimile in Block 10 of a silver coin found last summer in Michigan, about 20 miles from Detroit, 2 feet under the surface of the earth. The coin is about the size of an American half dollar, not so great in circumference but thicker. On one side is represented a censer with smoking incense with a Hebrew inscription, Jewish shekel. On the other, also in a Hebrew inscription, the holy Jerusalem, with a representation of an olive tree, or perhaps palm tree, or perhaps palm tree. Okay, two, that's a big difference. Which one is it? Are we talking about olive tree or palm trees this whole time, huh? Because you can get oil from palm trees too. The original piece found is in possession of Dr. Duffield Detroit. It is not more than possible that this shekel of Israel was lost by Indians, and it is not another evidence that they are descendants of the 10 tribes. Here follows the remarks of his friend. The relic is plainly Israelitish. The facsimile represents accurately the silver shekel of Israel. It was worth 50 cents of our money. Our silver half dollar is nearly a half ounce of avoirdupois. The shekel of Israel was known in Persia. Which Persia? It is mentioned in Typhon's Anabasis. The relic having been discovered in Michigan, 20 miles west of Detroit, 2 feet underground, it must have been left there before the discovery of America by Columbus. Who could have left it there but one of the 10 tribes? If that be true, as Dr. Duffield supposes, it disposes of the theory of some learned man respecting the Hebrew alphabet, that it is Babylonian, brought back at the return of the captives under Cyrus, and that the letters are not those given by God to Moses at Horeb. It is the theory, however, of most modern Hebrew critics, as may be seen in the grammar Jacinians, from whom Professor Stewart of Andover Seminary derives it and gives it in his Hebrew grammar. Those critics maintain that the ancient Hebrew alphabet is now found in the Samaritan. I have long maintained that this is a false theory. The Hebrew letters found engraven in the top rock at Tikon de Roga, the sheens found in Georgia, and in the inscription on the shekel are evidences that those who were taken by Shalmaneser, this Genghis Khan, in the reign of Hoshea. Hoshea is Joshua. Did you guys know that? Before Jehoshua became Jehoshua, he was Hoshea, Hoshea, at least 721 years before Christ, and of course before the carrying into Babylon, before the reign of Jeconias, used the present form of Hebrew, Nins, from whom Professor Stewart of Andover Seminary derives it and gives it in his Hebrew grammar. Those critics maintain that the ancient Hebrew alphabet is now found in the Samaritan. I have long maintained that this is a false theory. The Hebrew letters found engraven in the top rock at Tikon de Roga, that to which I refer is a facsimile in Block 10 of a silver coin found last summer in Michigan, about 20 miles from Detroit, 2 feet under the surface of the earth. The coin is about the size of an American half dollar, not so great in circumference but thicker. On one side is represented a censer with smoking incense with a Hebrew inscription, Jewish shekel. On the other, also in a Hebrew inscription, the holy Jerusalem, with a representation of an olive tree, or perhaps palm tree, or perhaps palm tree. Okay, two, that's a big difference. Which one is it? Are we talking about olive tree or palm trees this whole time, huh? Because you can get oil from palm trees too. The original piece found is in possession of Dr. Duffield Detroit. It is not more than possible that this shekel of Israel was lost by Indians, and it is not another evidence that they are descendants of the 10 tribes. Here follows the remarks of his friend. The relic is plainly Israelitish. The facsimile represents accurately the silver shekel of Israel. It was worth 50 cents of our money. Our silver half dollar is nearly a half ounce of avoirdupois. The shekel of Israel was known in Persia. Which Persia? It is mentioned in Typhon's Anabasis, the relic having been discovered in Michigan, 20 miles west of Detroit, 2 feet underground. It must have been left there before the discovery of America by Columbus. Who could have left it there but one of the 10 tribes? If that be true, as Dr. Duffield supposes, it disposes of the theory of some learned man respecting the Hebrew alphabet, that it is Babylonian, brought back at the return of the captives under Cyrus, and that the letters are not those given by God to Moses at Horeb. It is the theory, however, of most modern Hebrew critics, as may be seen in the grammar Jacinians, from whom Professor Stewart of Andover Seminary derives it and gives it in his Hebrew grammar. Those critics maintain that the ancient Hebrew alphabet is now found in the Samaritan. I have long maintained that this is a false theory. The Hebrew letters found engraven in the top rock at Tikon de Roga, the sheens found in Georgia, and in the inscription on the shekel are evidences that those who were taken by Shalmaneser, this Genghis Khan, in the reign of Hoshea. Hoshea is Joshua. Did you guys know that? Before Jehoshua became Jehoshua, he was Hoshea, Hoshea, at least 721 years before Christ, and of course before the carrying into Babylon, before the reign of Jeconias, used the present form of Hebrew letter. Reverend J. Dodds, pastor of a congregation in western Pennsylvania and who takes an interest in the Hebrew language, tells me that there are inscriptions in the ruins of the city of Palenque in Central America that seems to confirm to Dr. Bodinot's theory, taught in his Star in the West. The compiler of this volume consulted a Jewish priest relating to those Hebrew words on the coin described above, and he gave the translation as we have given it. All right, we're going to continue. Says here, ancient.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this to everybody that's watching. You're gonna find you're gonna find things in the Americas, whether they're fake or not. You're gonna find different items that are found all over that said they have Jewish writings, Hebrew writings, whatever, and that they had to be brought before Columbus was here. The purpose again is monogenesis versus polygenesis, because they have to prove that they come from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. If they prove polygenesis, it makes all that humans popped up from all over and they didn't come from one direct source. Then they're gonna say humans populated the earth all over. But ladies and gentlemen, listen. When you're talking from a Judeo-Christian paradigm, you're quicker to believe stuff that's going to agree with your belief than stuff that disagree with your belief. All right? Hey, what up, the original people? Peace and love to you.
Called The Star in the West. The name was suggested to the doctor by a learned work of a Christian traveler in the East whose name was Buchanan. He had published some time before a book called The Star in the East, a very interesting work in which he states that he found in the south of Asia numerous descendants of the 10 tribes. The Star in the West ought to be read by every friend of the Israel of God. The readers of your publication would be interested by a statement of a few arguments in support of Dr. Budina's theory. First, a rabbi from beyond the Caspian Sea wrote to one of his friends remaining in the land of Israel that he and his brethren had determined to go in a body of a journey of 1 year and 6 months and go to a place where they never could be heard of again. His letter is found in the Apocrypha, which, though uninspired, is generally found to be good history. The king of Assyria, in the 6th year of Hezekiah, carried away Israel beyond the Caspian Sea, and the king of Assyria did carry away Israel unto Assyria and put them in Halah and Harbor by the river Gosan and the cities of Medes, right? The river of the Medes is Gihon, which enters into the Caspian Sea on south through ancient Media. Peter the Great of Russia adopted the same policy with the Finlanders when he conquered them, planting them in the eastern outskirts of his empire. Now those Hebrews could not go south, for Hindustan was peopled by the descendants of Abraham many hundreds years before, for they sent away the children of the concubines to the east country. Shinar was peopled, or summer, that's how you say it, by the children of Keturah. So guys, I know the geography, remember they're going with the fake old world geography. Okay? Is Shinar Chaldea really all the way over there, or are we talking about the British Isles? Are we talking about Northeast America? Are we talking about Northwest America? What are we really talking about? We're still digging on that hard. A lot of great videos out there, a lot of great brothers and sisters with videos on this, their thoughts on it and why they think so, the exact locations. But I just want to point out that, they're still going in this book with the old version of where they're putting all the old world's people, right? And the Holy Land and all that. But we already know that's in the Americas. Let's not get sidetracked. The whole valley of the Euphrates. So
Quantum entanglement. That's why channeling works.
Your brain is making connections.
again, he's just going over this. I think the next chapter. Yeah. So let's look at these words right here. So he's comparing English, Caribbee, Creeks, Mohegan, and Hebrew. Look at that, Creeks, Yohe-Hoa. Come on now. Hawa, Yahweh. Come on now. I mean, we've shown so many examples of this. All right.
Yo, this is comical, yo.
It's a long list if you really start breaking it down in the different books we've gone over. Yahweh, the great verse. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Hello, Hawa, hello, Hawa, hello, Hawa, hello, Hawa. Fale, Falak. Uh-oh. Same. Kenai, Kanan. Yeah. Hey, much love. Hold on, let me say. Hey, Susan, thank you. I didn't see that until now. Appreciate you. Thank you. Jacqueline, thank you. Appreciate you as well. And yeah, Jacqueline, yeah, thank you again. Appreciate you. All right, let's go to the next chapter. It's pretty cool. So, the Indian traditions as received by their nations. As the Indian nation have not the assistance afforded by the means of writing and reading, they are obliged to have recourse to tradition, as do Kratz, Volume 2, 169, has justly observed, to preserve the remembrance of remarkable transactions or historical facts. And this tradition cannot be preserved but by frequent repetitions. Consequently, many of their young men are often employed in hearkening to the old and beloved men, narrating the history of their ancestors, which has thus been transmitted to them from generation, in order to preserve them pure and
All right, so let's deal with the language for a second, right? Let's deal with the language for a second, because this is important. Everywhere Jews have been recorded in the world, they have brought their language with them. Everywhere are an offshoot of the language. Where is the Hebrew language preserved in the Native American languages? Diego Andres Roca, Jesuit and canon lawyer, to show why the Native Americans behaved poorly. Although he believed that Native Americans had ancestry from early Spanish visitors, he believed they were largely descended from Tartars and Hebrews, which accounted for their wildness. Jose de Acosta and other eminent scholars rejected the possibility of Native Americans being descendants of Hebrews. As Acosta sensibly asks, how can it be when the Jews have been so assiduous in preserving their language and ancient custom to the point that in every part of the world where they live today, they differ from the rest? That in the Indies alone, they have forgotten their ancestry, their law, their ceremonies, their Messiah, and finally all their Jewishness. Good sense arguments have never stopped absurd theories, and the Hebrew origin hypothesis was no exception. Instead, it spread to Northern Europe. In 1644, the Jewish community of Amsterdam was rocked by the report of Antonio de Montezinos. All right, I'll get to that in a minute. Where is the Judeo-Indian language? You look at the Persians, they carry the Judeo-Persian in general. They have what's called Hebrew Aramaic influences, Persian. Iranian Jews speak local dialects invaluable to linguistic research, as well as unique varieties of Persian with dialectical and Hebrew Aramaic influences. The Hebrew scroll of Esther, as well as the Aramaic Proto-Esther scroll found in Qumran. The earliest written documentation of Jewish Persians, however, dates back only to the 8th century. Practically all Judean Persian documents known to date are varieties of New Persian. However, a Geniza fragment in an unknown Judeo-Iranian dialect exists. The Babylonian Jews, their dialect is rich with Hebrew. They were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect, Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references and words from Persian, Turkish, Aramaic. Cross-comparative linguistic analysis. Let me give a shout out to Asari Motep. He's the one that actually taught me this. He says, when you go into a language, all 5 have to match. Then you can continue the research. If you do find, and I'm paraphrasing the brother, you find a word that's similar in spelling or in meaning, it could be by chance, or it could be what's considered a loan word, where somebody goes into a culture, like the word in Jamaica, bumbleclot. How do you draft bumbleclot into English? You understand? Or blood clot or whatever. You would now have to adapt it into your own dialect, and then you start repeating it and having, that would be considered a loan word. That's kind of like a hood rat loan word example, but you get what I mean. So in cross-comparative linguistics, you have the father, the brother, the man, the child, and son. Or you could do father, brother, sister, man, child, and the sun in the sky, or the son as in having a son. And you look at these words and you compare it with the Hebrew and see if there's a match in spelling or if there's a match in meaning and so forth. In the Mayan, for father, it's yum. In the Aztecs language, it's tatli. Incas is teta. In the Cherokee, because the Cherokee is said to be Israelites, it's adaduda. Taino is baba. Seminoles chakteka. The Hebrew abba. All right. Then we can go on to the other words. Ak, the brother, means Ak. What's up, Ak? You always hear Captain Tazariak and Sikari say, Ak. My brother Deacon or Katazar. Ak. It means brother. What does it mean in the Seminole language? Brother. Chatlahawa. Chatlaha. In the Taino language, it's Atea. In Cherokee, it's Dina da Nevteli. Incas is Rukuwaki. In Aztecs, Acatali. Mayan, Sakun Winik. In the word man is Winak. Lactal, Kari, Asgaya, Iari, Haniwanyoa, whatever that is. And in Hebrew, it's Ish. In for a child in Mayan, it's Mijin. In Hebrew, it's Yeled. Seminoles, Ishtache, Goalin Taino, Ayolin Cherokee, Wawa in Incas, Zocotl in the Aztecs language. Let's move on to the sun in the sky. Shemesh in the Hebrew. Ase, Gwe, and so forth. All right. But you get what I'm trying to do right now, right? You get what I'm trying to do. Oh, Ak is a brother. Okay, thank you, my brother. Yeah, or a false cognate. Thank you, beloved. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So now let's move on some more with the linguistic cross-comparative linguistic gymnastics. They talk about Columbus interpreters were useless. Natives did not speak or understand Hebrew. And you see the source at the bottom, Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo. He talks about how they had to use sign language because the native of this land, or the areas that they were in Cuba, modern day Cuba, did not understand them. So they had to take some of them back to Spain for them to learn Spanish. So those who learned Spanish could now come back and communicate with the natives because they spoke the language of the natives. Makes sense. So the natives did not speak Hebrew as much as you've heard this. They did not. All right. And Columbus did bring a Hebrew interpreter who could speak Chaldees and Arabic. All right. So the Jewish Indian theory or Jewish Amerindian theory is the erroneous idea that some or all of the lost tribes of Israel had traveled to the Americas and that all or some of the indigenous peoples of the Americas are of Israelite descent or were influenced by still lost Jewish populations. The theory was popular in the late 17th century. Shout out to Old Canaan and the New World by Elizabeth Penn, one of the most recent scholarly works on the topic. All right. Hold on 1 second here. And by the way, too, when you see the oral traditions, because I remember Kata's, what's his name? Yawasap had read an oral tradition of a story that sounded like the Noah story. These stories that they write are based off of biblical traditions. So you have Bible translations in Native American languages from the 16th century, which is the 1500s. But what they did is rewrite the oral traditions of these stories. And they already had the biblical story. So that's why they sound similar to some of these traditions. So these oral traditions are rewritten in the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th century. They sound like biblical stories because the cultures, those native cultures had the biblical text. So for those who are listening and hear the story, they, oh, this sounds like this. When was it written and in what culture? Did they already have a Bible story tradition? That plays a role. And who is translating your story for you? So you got to think about that. So for those who hear the Bible story like the Noah story, you hear it in the American Indian story, so-called American Indians or Native American story. It's because the story is being written after the colonizer got here. It's not a story from before that's written. Remember, they did the same thing with the African traditions too. They went and documented it based off a Judeo-Christian paradigm. So that's why some African traditions say, yeah, we Jews, because of the colonizer coming into the culture and rewriting the story with a Judeo-Christian spin on it. It's the same thing with the Native Americans. Same thing. Y'all gonna learn today, man. Y'all gonna learn, man. Y'all gonna learn. Look at this. How did the Indians possibly learn Bible concept or ideas? One, Christian missionaries, Jews, European contact, and the next one is translating the Bible into Native American languages. I just said this. So you had something called praying towns. Praying towns, and by the way, too, the first time I heard about praying towns was from a brother by the name of Truth Storian. Shout out to Truth Storian. Each one teach one in the building. Praying towns, the term praying towns generally refers to the Christian Indian communities set up by the Massachusetts Bay Colony between 1651 and 1674. Although similar settlements were created at Lorette near Quebec by the French, at Mashpee in Plymouth Colony, and on Martha's Vineyard, the Reverend John Eliot and other Puritan leaders, what did they do? Believe that these towns will allow them to do what? Isolate and manage potential converts in order to completely change native ways. Natives who went to live in the towns gained material assistance, education, and deeper connections to the colonists and their God. Natick was the first praying town, followed by 6 others in a north to south arc west of Boston. Residents were required to follow a legal code designed to force them into English social and political patterns. Christian Indians led each town, although Eliot and Bay Colony officials supervised their actions. In 1674, this program and Puritan influence was extended to 7 additional Nipmuc towns farther west, alarming other native and colonial leaders and contributing to tensions that resulted in King Philip's War. The Society for the Propagation for the Gospel in Foreign Parts was organized after Reverend Dr. Thomas Bray visited the American colonies and found the Anglican Church there in disarray. He obtained a charter from King William III to establish as an organization authorized to send priests and school teachers to America to minister to the colonists and to take the message of the gospel to the who? The slaves and the Native Americans. Then you start seeing the early time, the translation of the Bible into native languages early. The Quechua, the most popular speaking language, so forth. Hey, what up, bro?
Garfield, what's happening, man?
What's up? What's up, my brother?
Man, not shit, man. I usually get on here to tell you how much of a buck dancing coon you is, but today I feel you though. These Hebrews is a problem. Gotta deal with them. Oh yeah, and shout out to the Bay too, man. My nigga Smash Rockwell to go. You know what I'm saying? East Oakland, what's happening?
Okay. You had to troll me somewhere, right?
Yeah, you know, right? You know what I'm saying? Up early fucking around. But nah, you do it. This is a good one though, right here, though, bro. I agree with you on the Hebrew shit for real.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. You can stay on the panel. All right. So the Quechua is the most popular language of the natives, spoken by most of them. So you see it's being translated in the 16th century. Look at the oral traditions you're going to hear from this brother, Kurimeo, and listen to what I said earlier. All right. And pay attention. So I'm giving you grounds for it. So when you're listening to what he's saying and why he's saying it, you get an idea why I come off the way I do. He's actually reading, I think, from one book. I don't want to. Yeah, he does a lot in this video right here. This video is how long? 2 hours and 42 minutes. All right, we got a long way to go. Let's go.
Where they stayed 1 year, that the French sent a white man or a European with them on their return to bring back an account of their country, but they have never been heard of sense. Hey, much love, millennials. Thank you. It is said among their principal or beloved men that they have it handed down from their ancestors, that the book which the white or European people have was once theirs, that while they had it, they prospered exceedingly, but that the European people bought it of them and learned many things from it, while the Indians lost their credit, offended the Great Spirit, and suffered exceedingly from the neighboring nations, that the Great Spirit took pity on them and directed them to this country, that on their way they came to a great river which they could not pass, when God dried up the waters, and they passed over dry shod. Are we just talking about the Gulf of Mexico when it used to go all the way up? We're talking about the real Red Sea. They also say that their forefathers were possessed of an extraordinary divine spirit by which they foretold future events and controlled the common course of nature. And this they transmitted to their offspring on conditions of their obeying the sacred laws. And they did by these means bring down showers of plenty on the dear people, but that this power for a long time past had entirely ceased. The reverend gentleman mentioned in the introduction, who had taken so much pains in the years 1764-65 to travel far westward to find Indians who had never seen a European man, informed the writer of these memoirs that far to the northwest of the Ohio he attended a party of Indians to a treaty with Indians from the west of the Mississippi. Here he found the people he was in search of. He conversed with their beloved man who had never before seen a European man by the assistance of three grades of interpreters. The Indian informed him that one of their most ancient traditions was that a great while ago they had a common father who lived toward the rising of the sun and governed the whole world, that all the European people's heads were under his feet, that he had 12 sons by whom he administered his government, that his authority was derived from the Great Spirit by virtue of some special gift from him, that the 12 sons behaved very bad and tyrannized over from him. All right, they fell off. Deuteronomy 28. What happened? That the 12 sons behaved very bad and tyrannized over the people, abusing their power to a great degree, so as to offend the Great Spirit exceedingly. Deuteronomy 28. That he being thus angry with them, suffered the European people to introduce spirituous liquors among them, made them drunk, stole the special gift of the Great Spirit from them, and by this means usurped the power over them. And ever since the Indians' heads were under the European people's feet, but that they also had a tradition that the time would come when the Indians would regain the gift of the Great Spirit. All right, Hosea 3:5. From the European people, and with it their ancient power, when the European people's heads would again be under the Indians' feet, or the Vatican Holy Roman empires under their feet. Hey, Millennial Siana. Yeah, Siana. Appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Mackenzie, in his history of the fur trade and his journey through North America, by the lakes to the South Sea in the year, says that the Indians inform him that they had a tradition among them that they originally came from another country inhabited by wicked people and had traversed a great lake, which was narrow, shallow, and full of islands, where they had suffered great hardships and much misery, it being always winter, with ice and deep snows, at a place they called Coppermine River, where they made the first land. The ground was covered with copper, over which a body of earth had since been collected to the depth of a man's height. They believed also that in ancient times their ancestors had lived till their feet were worn out with walking and their throats with eating. They described a deluge when the waters spread over the whole earth, excepting the highest mountain on top of which they were preserved. They also believed in a future judgment. Mackenzie's History, page 113. The Indians to the eastward say that previous to the European people coming into this country, their ancestors were in the habit of using circumcision, but latterly, not being able to assign any reason for so strange a practice, their young people insisted on its being abolished. Mackenzie says the same of the Indians he saw on his route, even at this day. History, page 34. Speaking of the nations of the slave and dog rib Indians, very far to the northwest, he says, whether circumcision be practiced among them, I cannot pretend to say, but the appearance of it was general among those I saw. The dog rib Indians lived about 200 or 300 miles from the Straits of Kamchatka. Dr. Betty says in his journal of a visit he paid to the Indians on the Ohio about 120 years ago. We're talking about 120 years from 1883, so 1760s, right? That an old Christian Indian informed him that an old uncle of his who died about the year 1728 related to him several customs and traditions of former times, and among others, that circumcision was practiced among the Indians long ago, but their young men made a mock of it, brought it into disrepute, and so it came to be disused. Journal, page 89. Huh. The same Indians said that one tradition they had was that once the waters had overflowed all the land and drowned all the people, then living, except a few who made canoe, a great canoe and were saved in it. Page 90. That while they were building it, they lost their language and could not understand one another. Tower of Babel. That while one perhaps called for a stick, another brought him a stone. And from that time, the Indians began to speak different languages.
You see what I'm talking about? Now, instead of Noah's ship, you have a canoe, and only a certain amount of people survive. They're talking about 12. You see the biblical influence. It's not, and this is not before the colonizers came here. This is after they came and decided to put Bibles on them and all type of different stuff. All of a sudden, look at this. Look at this at the bottom. The French historian involved that the Hurons and Hurricane that early they had a tradition among them that the first woman came from heaven and had twins, and that the elder killed the younger. So now there's a Jacob and Esau story there. You see what I'm talking about? They are adding the biblical twist on these traditions. Wolverine, whoever Wolverine is, what's up? Wolverine.
Yo, what up, man? I'm just sitting back
Oh, that's
enjoying
Xavier.
this.
What's up, Xavier?
Yeah, what up, dog? I'm just sitting back enjoying the show, enjoying the breakdowns on the languages and how they just make these astronomical leaps and bounds, man. That's the problem with these people,
But
man.
you
You
know
don't
what
have
though,
to be
Xavier?
factual.
In all fairness though, how would they know? All right, so me and you reading this. If you read this and you're a Bible believer, you're like, oh, this is the Bible story. How would you know though? If Garfield
You
ain't
wouldn't.
killing the people right now, how would they
You
know?
you wouldn't. You would just have to believe it because
Yeah.
this is what's been passed forward, and the way that it was written, there's no way for them to pull out the truth in it. They just have to read it for what it is and accept it as historical because of the way that it was written and because of the believer's mind. So because that believer's mind is leading the way that they're reading it, they're going to infer the things that they infer. So I totally agree with you on that.
Hold on. Where Smash Rocket cheerleader? Where he at? You still there, bro?
Nah, man. I'm Smash Rock Real bodyguard, man. I'm you know what I'm
What's
saying?
up?
I'm
Man? I
Smash.
need one of
I'm
those.
Smash Rock
Where can I
Real
get one?
lineman.
Where can I get one of those? I need one of those.
Hey, look. Hey, Garfield, remember did you used to watch WWF wrestling like back in the day? How long you been over here, bro? How long you been?
Hold on 1 second. Before you do that, let me read this real quickly. The Jewish Indian theory in the Hispanic world, right? Several Spanish chronographers of the 16th century, most developing a similar argumentation, identify the Native Americans with descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Excuse me. This is, for example, the case with Diego de Landa, whose The Relation of the Things of Yucatan represents the oldest insight of extraordinary ethnographical quality into the Maya culture. Among other things, he reports that some of the older people living in Yucatan reported that they had been told by their elders that their land had been occupied by a human race which had come from the east and which God had led there by opening up 12 routes across the ocean. If this was true, the consequence would necessarily be that all the inhabitants of the Indies have descended from the Jews. These translations of indigenous narratives into a biblical style can also be found in the work of Domingo Diego Duran, History of the Indies of New Spain. From the second sentence onwards, the author proclaims his conviction that the natives are Jews and part of the Hebrew people. He also insists on the factuality of their long and painful migration from unknown and furthest regions until they took possession of this land. Through following a method of meticulous comparison between Native Americans and Jews, he reveals obvious similarities concerning the way of life, their ceremonies, their rites and superstition. Among all these common traits, Duran focuses on the penchant for idolatry, the reason why God initially punished the 10 tribes with exile and long itinerancy. So we can see that all these people who are claiming these things have a root and have a purpose behind it. And one of the things that I read that I know I've never heard anybody in the conscious community talk about this. Not the New Ark Holy Stones, because the Israelites talk about it all the time. But why this story had something to do with black people in America and slavery. I don't think anybody has ever taught this. So the New Ark Holy Stones, by the way, is fake. And the guy made another set of fake stones because the fake stones were realized to be fake. So he actually tried to correct the first fake ones by making some new ones. So that's how this came up. You know, the keystone, the front, the back, it has a decalogue and all that stuff. So why is there a controversy? Some people believe that the Holy Stones are proof of ancient Israelites. Archaeologists and historians conclude that the Holy Stones are forgeries. You're a Hebrew Israelite, you believe in the 12 tribe chart. Oh, it's a conspiracy. They don't want us to know who we are. So what's happening in America in 1860? Why these stones were important? There was an ideological debate between scholars regarding the unity of man before the theory of evolution. What it says, monogenesis and polygenesis. Monogenesis, all people come from Adam and Eve. Polygenesis, different races were separate creations on different continents, making white people who came from Adam and Eve superior. High tensions about slavery was going on in 1860 in America, directly related to these ideological debates. Question of whether African blacks could justifiably and righteously be enslaved. President Lincoln's election and subsequent the dawn of the Civil War. So these are the things that are going on at the time. So now what does the ideology have to do with it? Adam and Eve. If monogenesis are correct, this means that African blacks and Native Americans are fully human and could not be enslaved or exterminated. So you see, it's deeper than us arguing about some damn stones to see who is right or who is wrong. It's deeper than that. Now, finding an ancient Hebrew artifact within an ancient Native American burial mound means that the Native Americans would have known about Moses and the Bible, thus providing proof that they originated from Adam and Eve. If Native Americans were fully human, so were African blacks. Therefore, slavery is immoral and goes against God.
You know what, Garfield?
Let me finish this last part.
All right.
Why would someone forge the holy stones? The holy stones were forged as an attempt to provide scientific support. Let me get it right. Scientific support for monogenesis. If monogenesis was proven to be true, then support for slavery would decline. It might even be abolished without the need for a bloody civil war. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here, my brother. I'm still here. All right. All right. The discovery of the Decalogue stone was carefully timed to coincide with Abraham Lincoln's controversial election. It was meant to sway the minds and votes for those on the fence. Go ahead, Silvio.
I was gonna say what you speaking on reminds me of the monstrous races and things like that. You remember how they used to depict people as monsters, other races of humans as monsters to place them outside of the human family, and this was part of the dynamic of them grouping Israelites or lost tribes, trying to place them under the human dynamic. If they can find that you have certain practices that they seem were biblical, as you were saying, that they could trace back to biblical or Jewish rituals like circumcision and other things, then they would say these people were human. They had spirit. They could think about the noose.
Right. Hey, I just want to say to the people, so when you hear these things being found, little do you know it's connected to blackness and slavery. Because if you do come from Adam and Eve, if you claim that you come from Adam and Eve, black people, you wouldn't be enslaved. The scientific illiteracy was working through religion.
People that come
Because
from Adam and Eve.
If you knew God of the Bible, you can't be less than human. That means you come from the people of the Bible. Hence, you shouldn't be enslaved.
You're human. You're fully human. Bingo.
That's
You're
crazy.
fully human. You're fully human. God made them fully human. That's the dagger. Y'all don't even peep it.
What does ideology have to do with it? If monogenesis are correct, this means that African blacks and Native Americans are fully human and could not be enslaved or exterminated. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, family. So they were forging these stones for a reason. Forging for a reason. All right. I'm going to go back to the video and y'all could listen to a little bit more of Kurimeo. But all these stones and all these fakes, because look at this right here. This was found in a Masonic book. And the person scribbled it at the bottom. And you have Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites, who are arguing that this at the bottom is legitimate. He got it from the stuff above. Look at the stuff above. He got it from a Masonic book. That's where he got it from. That's crazy. They found the source. Manford and Quast seem to have identified the smoking gun in the Back Creek Stone mystery. In a work published in 1870, the General History Cyclopedia and Dictionary of Freemason, there's a figure depicting a written message taken from a coin dating to the first Jewish revolt against Rome. The book was widely available in the late 19th century America, and in all likelihood, the inspiration for the Back Creek Stone fraud. Yeah, you have Hebrew Israelites who are arguing. So this is fake. So all of them are fake, Garfield. Excuse me. All of them are fake. Conspiracy. They want to hide the awakening. They want to stop the awakening. Look at these Kinderhook plates, an April Fool's prank they played on Joseph Smith, who thought it was legitimate. The Dighton Rock. Yeah, look at it right here. This is what it looks like. It said it's Hebrew. Yeah. Anything to associate ourselves with that book. The Father Nazario stones. The guy who is doing the research says it's not Hebrew. Yeah. He said it's not Hebrew. He said, look at this. According to a press release which specializes in showing how and various objects were created based on a microscopic examination, confirmed that the objects were carved in the 16th century and are not modern forgery. So they're legitimate scrapings. See, these are the writings on the left-hand side. This is supposed to be the Hebrew. Yeah, that look like scribble scrabble. But again, Hebrew Israelites, oh, we got the truth. This is Hebrew on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, that's the writings from, look at this. I just want them to translate it. That's all I want them to do. The Paraiba inscription in Brazil, another one. Another forgery. Again, They found this in Brazil. Shout out to Katazar from ISUPK, who always acknowledges this inscription is a forgery. Shout out to him. Random claims about Native Americans. In the debate I had with my good brother, Gorilla Hebrew, shout out to my brother Alazar. He said Issachar de Matamoros is where the name they used it. They got it from Issachar from the Bible. Chief Joseph, the Assyrian tablets that they found, the Israelites brought it over here. The Uto-Aztecan language and Hebrew is the same. They're related. All of these claims are easily debunked. Issachar of Matamoros. Issachar comes from the word Itzakan, which means place of obsidian, or where obsidian is worked, the crossing of roads. Upon the arrival of the conquerors to Itzakan, this was a very important population belonging to the province of Katlapan. Of all the towns belonging to said province, Itzakan was the one with the highest hierarchy. The name Issachar, meaning man of higher, his wages there. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know where these guys find these things from. We have phylacteries. They're saying this picture, the one that you see on the right, is a Mormon picture. The phylactery stele from the Veracruz, and at the top is a rendition of it. It's a ball game. You see what the person has on their stomach? It's a ball game. One of the most widespread rituals in Mesoamerica. Suffice it to mention that so far, than 2750 courts have been registered for its practice in different regions, from early pre-classic time to the late post-classic. Yeah, it's a ball game. They said these are Hebrews and Hebrew signs and all that. I mean, come on, family. The Star of David. Anybody using work from these books, throw out the book and throw out your slides. The Star of David. They said it's under the guy right here. He's thinking about David. Pre-Columbian Ecuador to Chile. Very large, brown, hard stone mortar carved in the form of a six-sided star with deep circular. So anywhere you find a six-pointed star, it has to be the Star of David. We're crazy, man. Crazy. Shout out to Fortune for this research. He's the one that did the research on this. Shout out to him for that. First use of the hexagram in Israel, 6th century BC. We have them in the 3rd millennium in Armenia, way before. So did the Israelites steal it from Armenia? Six-pointed star used as early as 3rd millennium BC in Armenia, before David even existed. Various cultures use this symbol and so forth. Peru got an 8-pointed star. Any questions? Yeah, they're stopping their awakening, sis. I'm looking for questions. Sabio, you got something to add, or you good?
I'm good, big dog. You can keep it going.
Hey, what's up? What's up, sis? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right. All right. So the Uto-Aztec language and Hebrew. Native American languages and Hebrew stem from two different language families. Again, we got to use the cross-cultural linguistic analysis. Shout out to Asari Motep. And then we got to look at the linguistic typology, VSO versus SVO. For those who don't know what that is, you're gonna learn today. Look at this. Stubbs, the guy who said the Uto-Aztecan language is related to Hebrew, was a guy from the Mormons. The Mormon believer, Professor Stubb, proposed a connection. All right. So basically, those who are in linguistics totally disagree based off the vowel patterns for verbs, noun, etc., absent from Stubbs' analysis and so forth. It's a lot of linguistic gymnastics and stuff that y'all wouldn't understand. But I'll move on to something just to help us to understand it better. All right. Cherokee and Hebrew compared. So these are the Jewish feasts. These are the Cherokee festival, the first new moon of spring festival, the green corn ceremony, mature green corn ceremony, great new moon festival, new fire ceremony, and the pigeon dance. So because they have two first new moons of spring festival and great new moon festival, that means they're copying the Israelites. They are Jews. All right. Look at the writing system of the Cherokee on the left. And look at the writing system of the ancient Hebrews on the right. There is absolutely no connection at all. None. Absolutely none. What is a spirit animal? Do Israelites have a spirit animal? The red-tailed hawk is said to be a protector spirit of the Cherokee and is therefore considered sacred. Tail feathers were and are used ceremonially. However, the bird would never be killed during collection of such. How many days in a Cherokee week? There were 13 days in a Cherokee week. Very interesting. How many days in a Jewish week? 7. 12 tribes in the nation of Israel. 12 tribes versus they have 7 clans. They have long hair, bird, blue paint, wild potato, wolf, and deer. Linguistic typology. The Cherokee and the Uto-Aztecan language is SOV, which is subject, object, verb. So y'all, I want y'all to pay attention. Linguistic typology, how we speak in English, right? You have the subject, the verb, then the object. That's how we normally speak. I think that's how we speak it here in English. In SOV, though, it's the subject, object, verb. Then you have some cultures have the verb first, then subject, object, verb first, then object, subject, then object, verb, subject, and then object, subject, verb. Sounds confusing. Just freeze it. This is something you got to learn this. It's look at linguistic typology and look at the Wikipedia article because that's where I got this from. All right. Cherokee and Aztecan is SOV, which is subject, object, verb. That's how they write their sentences. So their sentences would be cows, grass, eat. We would say in English, cows eat grass. They would say cows, grass, eat. So that's the typology and how the words are written out, how they read their words, how they talk their words out. So I would say the cows eat grass. They said cows, grass, eat. It means the same exact thing, but that's just how they would say it in their culture and their linguistic typology. I hope people understand what I'm saying, and I hope it's clear. I hope my Jamaican accent is not in the way. Biblical Hebrew is VSO. So biblical Hebrew is the verb first, the subject, then the object. 9% of the world's population or languages in the world follow that pattern. Eat cow's grass. Biblical Hebrew today is SVO, cows eat grass. Because biblical Hebrew is actually different than speaking ancient Hebrew. All right, current Hebrew, I should say. I hope you guys understand that. I hope I was able to understand what I'm actually saying. If you don't understand it, ask a question and I will try to make it. I don't think he's lying completely. I just think he's just misinformed. Totally misinformed. All right. Thank you, sis. All right. So now let me move on now. So now, Cherokee final words. Their relationship between man and animals, marriage between humans and different species, some myths connected to traditional religion rituals, dance, music, songs, and trance, female deities like the big turtle. There's no turtle in the Bible. Now, this is what my brother from Sikari. Shout out to Gorilla Hebrew, man. That's a brother. He's a part of the family of the Dagger Squad, whether he wants to accept it or not. And I'm a part of Sikari, a part of the Sikari family. I'm declaring that today. Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablet. What does the tablet say? It says one lamb. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Before I present this, I'm gonna present this in a minute. Let me go back to Kurimeo for 1 second. I gotta get back to Kurimeo. Big up Virginia. Yeah, it shows that if they were speaking, see now that this is a very good question by Sister Karak Yasharal. So how does these difference in how they speak disprove anything, Garfield? Actually, it's not how they speak, it's how they write the language out and how it's the typology of the language. So if they were ancient Israelites, they would mimic the ancient Israelite language, because people are saying the Cherokee language is the ancient Hebrew language. That's what they're saying. They're trying to say the Native American languages is the Hebrew languages, is the Hebrew language. So I would have to show in the written text how they write out and how verbally how they speak. Is there a similarity? There's not a similarity, so that would X them out. But I already did a cross-cultural linguistic analysis to show that the both languages are not related. They're from two different language families. All right. Good question, by the way. All right. Let's get to Kurimeo, some more of Kurimeo. Shout out to Kurimeo, man. I ain't got no animosity against Kurimeo. It's just that the information he's doing it, we got to add on to it because the people who are listening don't know what he's saying. So if they don't know, then it's hard for them to decipher it.
And only a certain. This seems to be taken for Aaron's rod. Colonel thing here, like that's very, and nobody knows who's who, right? Nobody can tell you, oh, I'm from always. Everybody, all my members, with the relators before them, and just suppose all this is either the effect of chance, accident, or design. So many of the same stories coming from different people, different tribes, different nations in America, different accounts from different primary sources of explorers, traders, all these people coming in, conquistadors, colonists, saying the same thing. Could all this just be a coincidence, an accident, or design from a love of the marvelous or a premeditated intention of deceiving and thereby ruining their own well-established reputations? So that's one thing, right? When we get, what people say. Another thing is when we're finding the artifacts, right, in the mounds, Grave Creek stone, the Newark Holy stones, so many. All these inscriptions. We got the Los Lunas, a stone in New Mexico, the Ten Commandments. They're all over the Americas. Paleo Hebrew, Old World writings. We just got that recently, right, with the book In Plain Sight with Gloria Farley's great work, and epigraphy. What they're finding here, old world records in ancient America. So just reading a book like this, guys, is just more corroboration. He may not have all the research we have today. So even though in 1883 he knew what he was kind of talking about, even if he may be a little biased to it, he's showing you why he's saying it. He's giving you sources. He's putting it all together. He's telling you what. How could all this be coincidence?
All right, that's a good point. That's a good point. And I mean, is it coincidence? Is it lies? Is it made up stuff? Is Kurimeo just a liar? And we shouldn't take him serious? Because some of these claims, I have to be honest, to go through them, I'm like, is this like a conspiracy to cover up something because they want to hide the truth? I have to look at all sides. In all fairness, I can't have a methodology. I can't have my mind made up. I got to just go through everything. And I've looked at every single source. The best source of the information, I would say the best argument, in my opinion, would be the Los Lunas Decalogue Stone. And this might shock everybody what I'm about to say, and I want everybody to listen to this carefully. The Los Lunas Decalogue stones. The Los Lunas, this inscription appears to be an ancient, again, appears to be an ancient Semitic text written primarily in an ancient Hebrew Phoenician script. What is this inscription? Who inscribed it? When was it inscribed? And finally, was it inscribed out in the middle of nowhere? Two main conclusions have been drawn regarding the anomalous inscription, dating it anywhere from the 1st century, ladies and gentlemen, from the 1st century to 1000 BC. Wow. Some have concluded without investigating the inscription that it is a fraud. So these are the arguments that's made. Okay. Now, further research has shown a remarkable similarity between some of the Los Lunas characters, particularly the Yod and the Kof. So some of you guys don't know Hebrew or familiar with the Hebrew alphabet. I'm going to help y'all out with my amateurish self. And those used by various scripts of the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian Peninsula developed several scripts whose characters seem to be similar in form to Phoenician and Greek characters. I'm going to say that again. The Iberian Peninsula developed several scripts whose characters seem to be similar in form to Phoenician and Greek characters. These scripts were in use variously as early as the 8th century BC and may have diminished in usage or disappeared altogether around the 2nd century CE. They have their foundations in Greek, Phoenician, Punic, and Latin. Interestingly enough, the Los Lunas inscription uses characters that bear similarity to all of these scripts. So the Los Lunas stones have Phoenician, Punic, Greek, and Latin. And I asked the question, did Iberian Jews come from Europe to write the 10 Commandments on these stones? And the reason why I asked that question, because you got to ask a research question. Based on the information that I just read, one of the theories that's being developed, or the last theory developed, is that Iberian Jews are the ones that came over and actually wrote this stuff on the stones. Because it's a legitimate stone. It's legitimate as far as somebody actually wrote on the stone. By the time Christopher Columbus set sail on his historic voyage in 1492, the Spanish Inquisition, inaugurated by the same patrons, Hold on one second, family. Hey, Amir. All right, cool. All right, whenever you're ready, come up. All right? Yeah. All right, cool. I'll see you when you get here. All right, bye. All right. So now, which call for the expulsion of all non-converted Jews from Spain. The number of Jews who left Spain for other parts of Europe, Morocco, and the Americas is estimated upwards of 165,000. Some converted to Christianity. The genuineness of those conversions, however, can be questioned. Thousands of Jews were killed and tens of thousands died trying to find a new homeland. It is not a stretch to imagine a Sephardic Jew hoping to escape the persecution of this homeland, finding his way up on the ships of Columbus, Cortez, during the 15th, 16th centuries, or even plausible that he came over during the era of settlement and colonization during the 16th to the 18th centuries. At some point, this Jew traveled past or settled near the Los Lunas mountain. He was free in this new world. He was free to worship God in his manner. This theory is bolstered by the relatively recent acknowledgement of a community of crypto-Jews living in the American Southwest and in northern Mexico. These people are essentially practicing Catholics that have some family religious traditions that are Jewish in nature. All right, I'm not going to read all of this. All right. The Los Lunas is similar to the Iberian Peninsula script. The Dalet, the He, and the Kaf, while sharing qualities with the early Phoenician Hebrew script, also demonstrate a similarity to their counterparts in the archaic Greek alphabet. The Dalet of the LLI, whatever that is more of an isosceles triangle shape rather than the wedge-shaped triangle of the ancient Phoenician Hebrew. Additionally, the dalet of the Phoenician Hebrew quite often had a tail as the right vertical line crossed through the lower horizontal line. Thus, the Los Lunas dalet more closely resembles the delta of the ancient Greek. Further research has shown a remarkable similarity between some of the Los Lunas characters, particularly the yod and the kaf, and those used by various scripts of the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian Peninsula developed several scripts. All right. Don't want to bore you guys. Want to keep y'all focused. Los Lunas writer used dots. This is how you date it now. This is why I'm going to have to do a whole thing on the Los Lunas because this is the best evidence that they have. And I want people to understand why I hold to what I hold to. All right. What I mean, are you still here, my brother? Fabio, you still here?
You know it, big dog.
Go ahead and talk. I gotta take this call.
Yeah, well, I appreciate how you breaking down this language and showing the differences, because once you start recognizing the differences, you can see that there's a lot of misinformation and makeup being spewed by this person who's using these sources to try to prove his point. It's unfortunate that these guys do these things though, just to try to force a belief onto people. You know, I mean, it's okay for you to have your belief, but leave it at belief. There's some parts of belief that don't belong in history. It's to stay in the world of theology. And these conversations wouldn't be necessary. You know, he wouldn't be looked at as a person who's defrauding or lying or misrepresenting information to prove a point, you know. Kind of sad that they go through this show. 2024, people just can't let people be who they are, you know. Got all these people just trying to force cultures and people into places where they don't belong in different time frames, mixing up sources, mixing up history. They basically write in their own textbooks the way they're cross references, or you mixing up references, mixing up sources. You know, it's kind of weird. I don't understand it. But if you want, I mean, if you want to be blessed and you want to be part of this religion, then I guess you would go to great lengths to prove that, you know. I mean, it's weird though. It's like I look around at all these different cultures and it's like no one wants to, certain people want to give people their cultures their respect and dignity and shit that they deserve. But then you have a few people that want to just make everybody everything. Have people walking across oceans before there was sailing ships and the ability to sail across the ocean and navigate the ocean successfully. And you know, it's weird. No, I don't think Hebrews taught Native Americans how to speak. Native Americans had their own language. It had nothing to do with the Hebrews, bro. Every people had their own. If Hebrews taught Native Americans, that means Hebrews taught everybody their language. That means they're the first people on the planet. The same way the Africans encountered the Hebrews. through trade. The Native Americans got in contact with the Hebrews when the Hebrews got on them ships in the 1400s. When they came across on them ships. That's how they got in contact with them, the same way, same way the natives on them islands got in contact with Columbus and them. When Columbus sat down, same way in the same way over here. Jew, so far a Jew. I understand what you said, Sean. I call them Jew, Hebrew, whatever, same difference to me. Man, yeah, that's what they're doing. Time traveling through history, like H.G. Wells characters. No cap. That's what they're doing. Time traveling through history. They'll find sources and ideas that lines up with the things that they're pushing and the things that they believe, and they'll force it into the narrative. Oh yeah, I wanted to say, if anybody needed that book, Old Canaan in the New World, I do have the PDF of it. So if anybody need it, would like it, I do have the PDF of it. I was able to find the PDF. Full book. There isn't much to tell you about the Eson tribe, Florida Don. I don't know much about them. There isn't much about them that I've been able to come across. But yeah, man, these history conversations mixed with the Bible, you got to know how to use the history to understand what the Bible is talking about when it's actually speaking on historical people and historical events. That's why it's an ahistorical book. Yeah, man. But natives and Native Americans and the Hebrew Israelites. How did this even become a conversation, y'all? Like it went from like wow, like this is mind-boggling.
All right, let me. I hope I didn't catch you in the middle of a sentence. Anybody
No,
want to
you
jump
good.
on? Let me know. Let me finish this point real quickly. Further evidence of the Los Lunas author not being a native Hebrew speaker, and Sister Janelle will come on and teach y'all about this every day. Listen to this carefully. How do we know? We're not saying people need to stop saying the Los Lunas is fake. Somebody purposely did this, but the person who did it was a modern day person who knew Hebrew, but they weren't an ancient speaker. Because if they were an ancient person, you'd have see certain writing styles within the text. So it's obvious that somebody from the modern day time period did this as a joke. I'm gonna explain to you why somebody probably purposely did this and for what reason. Because the sister Karak asked a very good question. Why would somebody do this? What's the purpose of them doing this? I'm gonna break that down. All right. Further evidence of the Los Lunas author not being a native Hebrew speaker can be found in the use of dots or sentence dividers. That's a dead giveaway. Dots being used as word dividers are well attested, because if you know about the Teldan Stiller, they talk about the BWT, DWT, or whatever, how it's divided, are well attested, especially in the Misha steel. However, it was not common to use dots. Oh man, hey, take over again, Sabio. I gotta take this call. Take over again.
Man, it's been so much stuff that I've had to watch just to just to even understand the Misha Stilla and how this is involved in this conversation, yo. I've had to sit back and just learn. And that's what's difficult. That's the difficult part about the conversations, especially when you don't know. It's easy to accept somebody who has some information and they can sound good and they can connect dots or make you think they're connecting dots because of your stance and the lack of knowledge on the particular subject that they're speaking on. Kind of like Terrence Howard with the 1 times 1 is not 1. He sounded smart to people who want to question, who have questions about things they don't know. It's like trying to explain a counter circle. But if you can make it sound good, then you can get followers. And that's what's going on here. You had people, even back then, you had people that was making up things because their belief, because of their lack of knowledge. And it gave them a sense of security, a sense of stability, and sometimes a sense of purpose. But we have to understand that this was for them people at that time. That's the big key. That literature that was written in the 5th century or in the 1400s or the 1700s, it was meant for them people in their situations. Whatever social, political, spiritual, mental, whatever y'all want to put, it was for their situation, for them to navigate through it, for them to paint a picture for their people that helped them and their people coalesce into a community that pushed forward against something they deemed inhuman or that was not viable for the republic or the nation they were building. I hope that makes sense. That literature is written for people to build their identities around. And not everyone should be using this literature to build their identities off of. You shouldn't try to build your identity off of other people's literature.
Go ahead, Sabio. Teach, Sabio. Teach. All right, so let me finish this right here. I got 15 minutes, and I gotta before I get back on the phone. I'm conducting 7 days a week. I'm always busy. All right, but listen now. However, it was not common to use dots to separate individual sentences. 11 distinct uses of dots to separate sentences can be found in the Los Lunas inscription. Another anomaly is the use of a caret to indicate an insertion in line 3. The usage of a caret to indicate an insertion is a relatively modern invention. Y'all know what a caret is. That's on the Los Lunas stone. That's telling you it's a recent thing, Hebrews. So when we tell them it's fake and a forgery, stop saying that. Somebody wrote this. It's not a forgery. Somebody did this who knew the language a little bit, but they made errors to show that it's a recent writing, but they want us to think it's an ancient writing. That's what goes back to Karak question. Where's Karak at? Let me find her comment right here. You make fake stones just to push a narrative. There you go. Being seen in Hebrew until the 16th century. See, this may speak more to the dating of the inscription as much as the origin and dating. Cyrus, Gordon, all claim a date of great antiquity for the Los Lunas inscription, ranging from the 1st century BC all the way back to the King of Solomon. Their assertion stemmed from two parallel. Right here. Let's go. There's a geological evidence falls apart after further review. The test that Morehouse conducted gave a possible time frame of 500 to 2,000 years ago. This is a huge window. In other words, it could be modern or ancient. 500 years would put the inscription about 1500 CE after the arrival of Columbus. The opinion of geologists Pam Massah and Morgan Massah indicate that the nature of the basalt on which the inscription is incised would most likely allow for complete erasure on account of weathering over the course of 2,000 or more years. The orientation of the rock at 30 to 40 degrees angle could be accounted for within a 100 to 500 year time frame. The location of the rock at a natural drainage on the sand subsurface could easily account for the erosion necessary to put the boulder in its current orientation. So they're saying it's less than 500 years. Hebrew written in Greek script and Hebrew written in Latin script. So if you look at this right here, family, this is what the Los Lunas have, right? If you look at this square right here, look at how this is written. The hey right here. This is not ancient. It's connected to ancient Greek or Latin. See the sign? So again, whoever is writing this don't really know it. They're just putting some stuff together. And again, it's very similar to Iberian Hebrew. So that's why they have the conclusion. Look at this Z right here. Z in English, Z in the Los Lunas, Z in Latin. H, how the H is written. You know, come on. We know, right? And by the way, too, this is it in the middle right here. Los Lunas. So somebody's playing. They did write it. It's not a forgery. They did write it. They did write it. I can't lie about that part. It's written in an ancient Hebrew, Moabite, Greek, Latin, and Iberian. These scripts ranging from 1000 BC to 2nd century CE. Words written in the archaic Greek alphabet. So they're writing words that are in the Greek alphabet, so they couldn't be from the lost tribes of Israel. But if they're writing in the archaic Greek alphabet. In one instance, the dalet is written in triangle shape. If it was Hebrew, it would have a tail. It looks like the delta from a Greek script. The hey looks like a backward E, similar to archaic Greek. The yod and the kaf looks like Iberian Peninsula scripts. Further evidence of the Los Lunas author not being a native Hebrew speaker can be found in the use of dots for sentence dividers. Dots being used, we just talked about that. The caret. The caret is a dagger because the usage of a caret to indicate an insertion is a relatively modern invention. All right. No ancient Hebrew speaker would have ever mixed the script together. You wouldn't have had Hebrew, Greek, Moabite, Latin, all mixed together, and Phoenician. All right. Additionally, no Hebrew would have made the mistakes as spelling as well as the misuse of consonants as vowels. These clearly show an author who was unfamiliar with the script he was writing. More than likely, he was copying from another inscription or writing from memory what he had seen and heard. There are no outstanding examples of this kind of inscription anywhere in the epigraphic record. In line 8, Shakar is written S-H-K-R, a confusion of the kaf and the kaf. You see, those who know a little bit of Hebrew understand that mistake. So instead of the K, they wrote a Q. So they wrote a kaf instead of a kaf. For a non-Hebrew speaker, this is an easy error to make when copying and thinking of the sounds while inscribing. This error also suggests the possibility that the Masoretic Hebrew text was first transcribed into Latin characters, then producing the various scripts present on the stone. Okay.
You want a sticker?
No, not right now. I'm busy.
Okay.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for now with the Los Lunas. We talked about the New York Holy Stones already. There's another one called the Bat Creek Stone. I talked about it. The bottom line is this was in a Masonic book, and it's the same writing, and the person just basically copied it at the bottom. Pittsfield phylacteries, another one. I mean, it goes on and on and on. The Kinderhook plates was an April Fool's prank. The Dighton Rock, it's right there. The Grave Creek Stone is another one. The Father Nazario stones, that's another one. The Paraiba inscription in Brazil is another one. Phylactery, Star of David. The language stuff. Cherokees. All right, let me see if there's any questions, and I'll get to Chief Joseph right now. All right. All right. So now let me talk about Father Chief Joseph Stone. I don't think I've ever talked about this live before. And I heard about the stones from during the debate with Gorilla Hebrew. I never did I hear about it before? I think this dude did tell me about it actually. Yeah. But I don't think people, you see, I'm different than everybody else, man. Whenever I study something, I get obsessed about it and I go deep into it. You know, it's like the whole thing, even with Jabari. I actually commend Jabari. Because if it wasn't for Jabari, I wouldn't be studying stuff. It's like King James. I gotta commend Priest Daniela. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be researching certain things. So you gotta.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, you gotta give people you know,
give them their props for pushing you to dig to go further into certain subjects, because there's a lot of subjects I wouldn't have went further into had it not been for certain conversations, certain things that I've heard.
You know, but I mean, I say this to people all the time, you know, we gotta be very, very careful of the information, because I'm saying to you guys, I have not seen any evidence of the Native Americans being Hebrews. Now, there's some now within their own culture that's saying this. I'm not saying this. There's some that's saying this. I'm not saying it at all. Give me a second. I'm going to call you back. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to call you back. All right. All right. Yeah, this is a busy ass Sunday today, boy. Busy ass Sunday. Other the days when I'm trying to be cordial and nice. All right. So Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablet. Now, I have never presented this. I had it for the debate. But I did talk to my brother before the debate and let him know. I mean, if he brings this up, what I would, you know, because me and Yawasap is cool. That's a good, clean-hearted brother that really genuinely believe in the Most High. He don't think everything he can prove, but he holds to the faith. And, you know, he's somebody who we can have a conversation with. Now, Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablet. Now, this is what happened now. This photograph is of a clay tablet bearing a cuneiform inscription. It says, Nalu received one lamb from Abashaga on the 11th day of the month. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me do it this way. Smithsonian Magazine, 1979, family. This is the first mention that we have on record right now. It was mentioned before, but later on in history, this is when we start hearing it. So this photograph is of a clay tablet, 11th day of the month of the festival of Anne in the year da-da-da-da. This, according to Professor Robert Biggs of the University of Chicago, is a common type of tablet from a southern Iraq site called Drehem, a livestock center 4,000 years ago, where this kind of transaction took place. So this is before the Israelites. What they're saying is that the Native Americans brought this history to the Americas. That's what the claim is. So this Assyrian tablet, attributed first time mentioned in history. So what's so great about a rather everyday archaeological item? Well, it seemed this little tablet was one of the personal belongings of Chief Joseph, the ill-fated leader of the Nez Perce Indians. I wrote about Joseph and the Battle of the Big Hole in this magazine last May. I knew then a little about the tablet, but couldn't see how to bring it into the story. But Joseph Snyder, anthropology editor in the National Park Service, wrote up the whole story of the tablet for me to crib from. And that's what I'm doing now, because it really is interesting to speculate how the leader of a band of Indians in the Northwest happened to have an ancient cuneiform tablet in his possession. Snyder says that the tablet was included in the collection of Joseph's personal items, which was sent to the Park Service for display at Big Hole National Battlefield, Montana. An accompanying card called it a Nez Perce pictograph brought from Fort Cove, Montana in 1878 or 1879 by C.S. Henselman, an army officer who had fought in the Nez Perce War. Henselman's son donated the tablet to the museum at West Point. If the tablet really belonged to Chief Joseph, how did he get it? Did some missionary or tourist present it to him? That might make sense because Joseph was much admired after the bloodshed was over, but the theory is confusing. Professor Biggs said that such tablets didn't hit the market in numbers until, hold on 1 second. Hey, I'm going to call you right back. Give me a second. I'm going to call you right back. I am so busy today. Please forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. That might make sense because Joseph was much admired after the bloodshed was over, but the theory is confusing. Professor Biggs says that such tablets didn't hit the market in numbers until about 1909, 30 years after Henselman produced it. All right. It seems slightly more likely that the tablet was simply mistakenly dated. The younger Henselman graduated from West Point in 1899. Perhaps 10 years later, he got it from a friend, and the information about it could have been confused or perhaps twisted by exaggeration. As such things often are. After all, the old notion that American Indians were descended from the lost tribes of Israel was still kicking around in the early 1900s. It might have struck someone as amusing to use this cuneiform as proof of the theory. But if this were a carefully worked out hoax, that lone tablet wouldn't have been very convincing proof of the Indian Near Eastern link. As Joseph Snyder says, it would be likely a modern American handing on a shred of an old income tax return as a family heirloom. So no one really knows how or why this small archaeological item wound up at West Point. We know much more about its long ago past when Nalu got that lamb from Abashaga. All right. So this is in Archaeological Magazine, 1979, right? All right. So here we go. Our archaeological digs and black market sales might explain the mix-up. Considerably less straightforward, however, is the road taken by this tablet before it eventually ended up at the West Point Museum. In popular retellings and among pre-Columbian contact proponents, the tablet is said to have been in the possession of Hin Ma Tu Ya La Tek Ket, thunder rolling down the mountain, more commonly known and henceforth referred to as Chief Joseph of the Nez Perce Native American tribe of northwestern USA. As one of the leaders of a native uprising nowadays called the Nez Perce Wars that saw repeated clashes with military authorities in the summer and autumn of 1877. Across the territories of Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana, Chief Joseph eventually surrendered to the U.S. Army at the Bears Paw Mountains in eastern Montana in 1877. On this occasion, the chief is said to have handed over the present cuneiform tablet contained in his medicine bag as a gesture towards the U.S. Army officer who accepted his surrender. Though this story is recounted in a number of places today, the only article ever said to have changed hands between Joseph and his victors in contemporary accounts of this event was his rifle. There are no credible records of Joseph giving up neither his medicine bag nor a cuneiform tablet contained in it. And the occasional paraphrasing of the Native American chief's reference to white men who came among his ancestors long ago, suddenly bringing along the cuneiform tablet now at West Point, appears wholly unfounded. Most modern-day retellings of the surrender give the role of the victorious officer to the Commander General of the U.S. Army troops. Others wrongly, but not without reason, allocate this part to Charles Stuart Heinzelman, then a captain with the quartermaster department, so forth. All right. Another look at the inventories. At this juncture, we may yield the floor to a couple of records produced through the tireless canvassing of West Point Library catalog by Susan Lentelman and colleagues in response to inquiries regarding the above storyline. The first concerns the mentioning of the belongings of the late Charles Heinzelman in a list of donations given in the 1908 annual report of the Superintendent of the United States Military Academy. Recognizing Heinzelman and his mother for their donation of some diaries of his grandfather, renowned Civil War General Samuel Peter Heinzelman. There follows a mention of an album of drawings and a fine Nez Perce pictograph in cloth and a Nez Perce medicine bag. The prepositional phrase clearly exempts the Heinzelman from ever having introduced a cuneiform tablet into the collections of the United States Military Academy. The second is an internal inventory from 1927, which lists without further detail a Babylonian tablet found at Drahem, held in a glass casing in the reference room of the West Point Library. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a second internal inventory from 1927, which details a Babylonian tablet. 1927. While no further information is available on this item, its absence from the current collections of the West Point Library makes it virtually certain that this artifact somehow was allotted an orphan collection label reading Nez Perce pictograph and subsequently made its way to the lot transferred to the West Point Museum in 1959. Ultimately, we are then released from having to explain that which clearly is not, to paraphrase another detective story. The real provenance of the West Point tablet appears neither more nor less ordinary than those tablets of others taken from Taldaram in the early 20th century. And its unfortunate moniker, the Joseph tablet, is due to accidental association so entirely removed from events of the Old West as can be. Freakish as this entire story may seem and superfluous to the foremost duties of the cuneiformist as it might be, it should serve to encourage exhaustive retracing of peculiar provenance histories. While relatively few in number, a body of cultural artifacts the size of the cuneiform corpus is bound to include outlandish discoveries, and their elucidation may bring about quite interesting new perspectives on past interest in ancient inscriptions from the Middle East, and incidentally help to dispel fancies of a more recent date. So let's recap. Chief Joseph Nez Perce tribe surrenders to the U.S. Army in 1877, allegedly turns over tablet in medicine bag as a gesture for turning himself in. Contemporary record states he only turned over his rifle. No credible records exist of Chief Joseph giving up his medicine bag nor a cuneiform tablet in it. The real provenance of the West Point tablet appears neither more nor less than those thousands of others taken from Taldaram in the early 20th century, and its unfortunate moniker, the Joseph tablet, is due to accidentally association so entirely removed from events of the Old West as can be. So we might feel I'm just saying. We might feel that the tablet is connected to the lost tribes. But ladies and gentlemen, all I'm going to say is, Ramza, what up? Is that we hold to something. I never knew about this tablet in detail until after the debate. I said, let me look it up. Whether I won the debate or not, I still want to see the sources that the Israelites are using. This is why a lot of Israelites don't like to converse with Garfield, because I dig into stuff thoroughly. I don't just see something and see a source and then say, hey, I'm going to take it as that what it is. I'm not going to do that. I look into everything possible. The etymology of Cuba, Mexico, and Haiti. Cuba is said to be from Taino, Cubanacan, the name of the people who occupy the island. That's where the word Cuba comes from. Haiti means land of mountains, and probably originally the name of the whole island, Haitian. Mexico, republic lying to the south of U.S., from Nahuatl Aztecan, Mexico, which originally referred to the Valley of Mexico around present-day Mexico City, became the name of the nation upon independence from Spain in 1821. Again, these are terms that we're told come from Hebrew Israelites, come from Hebrew. And let's talk about diets, how Native American diet shifted after European colonization, pre-contact diet foods and the ancestral diet, first contact foods and changes after. I mean, all of this stuff, y'all can just screenshot. See that the foods that came with the Europeans, hold on a second, and changes after encounters with Europeans. All right, Barryfeld, the Ogham messages, Antique Vermont. This is another fake stuff. The Metcalf stone is another one. You know, so when people come to me with this information, just make sure that you do have all the information that you need to challenge what I'm saying and what I'm putting forward. Not that I'm the end all be all, but just know I have looked into something and I have the sources to back it up. This is why I said, don't say the Lost Lunar Stone is fake. I would say somebody wrote it, but the person who wrote it in recent times. So it's mixed up with ancient scripts. Sabio, you there? Sabio.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead,
here.
bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that right there. And you just had me thinking about this game. Peace, bro, Ray. That me and brother Ray have been playing American Conquest. It's and how they took over the Americas. So you can actually play through Columbus, Pizarro, De Leon, and each one of their conquests in the Americas. And you will see the foods that they bring in and things like that, the crops and how they were taking over the lands and at war with the natives, how they will make pacts with certain native tribes and things like that. So this right here doesn't do anything but adds another layer to the information that I've already been accumulating on this. So I appreciate it. And that book, I was just reading through the intro of Old Canaan in the New World. I got the PDF. And on page 3 of the intro, she says this book is the study of an era that emerged during the colonial period in the Americas and that persists in some corners up to this day, beginning with the earliest English language expositions of the Hebraic Indian theory and tracing its multiple iterations through the 19th century. This study examines writings that typically present incorrect information about indigenous Americans and Jewish people. I mean, I was reading it, I read what was up above it, and it's like I really have to read more into this book to see what she was presenting, what she brings out, because just from what I've read, seems like she's on point. So Yeah, I appreciate what you just done though, because that gives me another layer to add, you know, to my trick bag. You there, Garfield? Or you on the phone? He might be on the phone. But yeah, man, dates are very important when it comes to history. If you don't have dates, you just have um, stories and traditions and philosophical ideas, theo-philosophical ideas that you can throw into the conversation that makes you feel good, that sounds good, and you can put some relaxing music behind it. Then you can fool a few people.
Don't kill them. Don't kill them, Sabio. Don't kill them. Don't kill them.
You, it's just like these are the things that when you get a historical background, what you have like the any records of cultural practices, any writings in Hebrew, oral traditions, holidays, calendar systems, days of the week, how many days, you start looking for those things. You feel me? Start looking for start looking for those traces when you have a historical training and you know what to look for. And if you don't find those similarities, then you have to trash it. You just can't force things into the story.
All right, let me do this real fast, and I'm done with this. You guys don't mind me going through a couple slides, right?
Of course not.
All right, so let me do this real fast because I'm actually busy today, but let's check this out right here. To determine an Israelite presence, we have to identify records before Columbus came to the Americas. Any records of cultural practices, any writings in Hebrew, etc., oral traditions, holidays, calendar system, days of the week, how many days does a Judeo-Indian language exist? Example, Judeo-Persian, Judo-Aramaic. Does a genetic connection exist? Do we find traces of Jewish holidays being practiced before Columbus? We have the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever. You know what I'm saying? What would be an Israelite presence in the Americas? We'd have folkways, mores, norms, traditions, customs, writings, actual material culture. Are these Israelites that's in the Americas before Columbus practicing any of the following feast days or rituals? Passover, Feast of Trumpets, 7-day week, circumcision, 10 commandments, unleavened bread, first fruits, Pentecost, and the list goes on. How does one identify an Israelite without the biblical text? But what's important is, do we see signs of Torah, Judaism, or a form of rabbinical Judaism? Universal identifiers: circumcision, separation through menstruation, human sacrifice or animal sacrifice, worship of multiple gods, Levirate marriage. So the Levirate law, a marriage contract clause that became legislation, we find it in ancient Near East culture, in Middle Assyrian laws, way before we see it in before we see it in Israel. So it's not originated in the Israelite with the Israelite culture, so they can't hold claim to it. You know what I'm saying? Because African cultures do it, don't necessarily mean that they got it from the Bible. All right, they probably could. As a matter of fact, Africans, like the people from the Akan culture who are the Malay kingdom, who practice under Islam, who were taken over by Islam, could have practiced that. Brother, what's his name? Brother Law. Do they have Levirate marriage in Islam? Because that's how they could have gotten it. They don't have to necessarily get it from Jews. We have human sacrifices all over. In the Aztec culture, we have human sacrifices. So that's nothing new as far as human sacrifice with all these images. And these are pre-Columbus images within the Mayan culture. Sacrifice of human and animal was crucial for the successful outcome of Mesoamerican ceremonies and held a central position in ancient beliefs. So let's not play with this culture like they needed the Hebrews to teach them what a culture is, a vicious, wicked culture that we would not want to live in right now. We don't want to claim these people as Hebrews. Worship of multiple gods. Come on, really? Really?
Yeah, I asked about the totem pose. I asked them about the totem pose that the Native Americans used to have.
Homosexual. You know what? Before I even go back into this, you ever notice whenever somebody claims a culture, I'm talking to like Sister Karak, my sister Hoodurap, Sister Hoodoo, and Sister Janelle, and all the people who mess with the paradigm before in their life, are nomad or Bible believers. Whenever an Israelite claims something, they always say, look, they did this. They did circumcision. So that makes them Hebrew. What about the homosexual stuff that they're doing? They have homosexual deities. They had male prostitutes. This is a disgusting culture. I would not even want to associate with it. You have Europeans telling you to cut it out. So within the Aztecs, the Mayans, Peru, Panama, Mexico, New Spain, California, Guatemalans, Ecuador, Brazil, we find all these records. Yeah, look on the screen. Disgusting, right? These are your Israelites. Yeah, these are your Israelites. Look at this guy's face all the way to the left.
Paul.
These are your Israelites. Yep. Bartolo de la Casa. You always love to quote him about him and Columbus and whatever he said. And what about what he observed? Is it a lie? Ritualized homosexual acts with gods. There is no way you're claiming these people as Israelites. No way. Reports of homosexuality. Balboa witnesses homosexual acts in Panama. Cortez reports in Mexico great sodomites. Oviedo, you have the European, the so-called white man that you call the white man, telling you about this, the horrible behavior that you like to put on them. This is what the Native Americans are doing. Yeah, this is what they're doing. All over Ecuador, Brazil, Peru, the North America. You can't run from it. Mexico, all over. I need clarity. Who are the Israelites in these cultures? It seems that all the Native American cultures that's normally claimed are the ones practicing these behaviors. All right, let's get into women's separation when on menstruation. Cherokees believed that a woman's menstrual blood was a powerful substance. It was not dirty or polluting, but it was a destructive force and a source of feminine strength. This is why the stone-clad story from James Mooney's Myth of the Cherokee is telling in this regard. Stoneclad was a cannibalistic monster who was virtually indestructible because of his impenetrable stone skin. But Stoneclad had one weakness. He could not bear the sight of a menstruating woman. Although no Cherokee warrior could stop him, Stoneclad finally met his demise in the presence of 7 menstruating virgins. Oh man, they had to be virgins. One by one, they stood naked in his path, sapping his strength until Stoneclad finally crumbled into a heap. In addition to having such symbolic power in Cherokee mythology, menstrual blood was also a force to be contended with in everyday Cherokee affairs. For example, the destructive power of menstrual blood could be channeled against an enemy and thus was often evoked in sorcery at war and in ball game rituals. In recognition of this power, Cherokee women were isolated in menstrual huts, far away from family and friends during their menstrual periods. So now when they meet the Cherokees, right? Sean, you got to be a witness to this. When they meet the Cherokees, right? They're separate. So the Cherokees are separate, not because of some Hebrew Israelite tradition, because of how they look on the woman. This is what we have to do, family. Okay? Hold on there. All right. This is why they separate the woman, not because of your Hebrew tradition. They think woman's period blood had something to do with the creation of the earth. Yeah.
Some magical powers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Menstruation, childbirth, war hunting, any activity that involved blood required strict rules of behavior on the part of the Cherokees. Always a powerful substance, blood took various forms, and Cherokees made distinction between its different types or states. Blood could be fresh and healthy with a bright crimson color, gigage, or it might become spoiled or exhausted, at which point it would be described as woody, meaning it was dull, brownish red. Oh, melancros. Melancros. That's another, because remember the guy said the shine of the blood. Melancros was used for that word, or I should say melas, the color of clay. To keep their blood from becoming exhausted, Cherokees would engage in periodic rites of bloodletting as a prophylactic measure against illness. For example, a young ball player before a game or a warrior before a battle would be subjected to ritualized scratching over much of his body. This rite not only purified and strengthened the recipients, it also provided a deeply symbolic means by which Cherokee men could appropriate the fearsome power of menstruating women. Wow. Wow. Look at this right here. True lunar mythology is first and foremost represented by Kekechi, myth of sun and moon, first studied by Eric Thompson. It makes the moon god, Po, the daughter of the earth. The moon god is a female, of course. She's wooed and finally captured. Oh, man. Hold on 1 second, family. Hold on there. I don't know what's up. I don't know. Hold on there, family. Let me bring this back up. Hold on there. Can I bring this back up? Where's it at? 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 All right. She's wooed and finally captured by the sun. They sleep together. When this is discovered and the couple flees, the angry father reacts by having his daughter destroyed. In all likelihood, this patriarchal punishment of a basic infraction of the rules of alliance represents the origin of menstruation. The evil blood of a disobedient daughter coloring the water of sea and lake red or sinking into the earth. The menstrual blood is stored in 13 jars. In the jars, it is first transformed into creatures such as snakes and insects, a transformation leading up to the origin of poison and the diseases caused by it. However, some jars also hold medicinal plants. The 13th jar is the lunar jar. On being opened, the moon is reborn from it. The creation of her vagina on instigation of or directly by her husband represents the origin of human procreation. Subsequent episodes make the moon goddess cohabit with the sun's elder brother cloud and with the devil in the shape of a king vulture, thus connecting her to rainfall and black sorcery. Mythology and menstruation. Wow.
Yo, that shit. What?
Yeah, bro. So menstruation. So listen, the bottom line is, bro, menstruation and them separating the woman from menstruation has to do with how they look at it within their mythology. It ain't got nothing to do with Hebrew, Israel, Jew, none of that.
Right. Nothing at all.
Part of me reading all of that, which I couldn't at the debate. But let's look at what it says right here. In some historic cultures, a menstruating woman was considered a sacred and powerful with increased psychic abilities and strong enough to heal the sick. According to the Cherokee, menstrual blood was a source of feminine strength and had the power to destroy enemies. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that menstruating woman So y'all hit menstruating woman, y'all got power y'all don't even know about. Woman who uncovers her body can scare away hailstorms, whirlwinds, and lightning. Goddamn. Goddamn. You hear that?
For real? For
Menstruating
real?
woman who uncovers her body can scare away hailstorm, whirlwinds, and lightning. So the next time you go outside and there's lightning, all you got to do is lift up your skirt and the lightning is gone.
Man, make sure y'all on y'all period, ladies.
Hey, what's up, bro? Hello?
Yo,
What's
this
up?
is insane.
They already logged in. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is good. All right.
Yo, this is insane.
No, it's not. Because I'm just saying this is mythology, though. Shouldn't we look at the biblical text the same way, though? This is teaching us a lesson more ways than one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We should look at it the same way.
I'm not saying this is gross or out of the norm. I appreciate the scholars who have researched this to bring this knowledge back to us so we could have better understanding. I've never seen anybody in the quote unquote community talk about this because we don't care about this. But it's because of the Israelite community, we decide to study these things to bring it back and say, this is why it says this. Because if you depend on one side to bring the information, you're only going to get so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, lift up your skirt while you're menstruating, and you could scare away hailstorms, whirlwinds, and lightning. Look at this, family. If she strips naked and walk around the field, caterpillars, worms, beetles fall off the ears of corn. Ladies and gentlemen, menstrual blood is viewed as especially dangerous to men's power. In Africa, menstrual blood is used in the most powerful magic charms in order to both purify and destroy. Mayan mythology explains the origin of menstruation as a punishment. Punishment. Hold on there 1 second here. Hold on 1 second, family. All right. Mayan mythology explains the origin of menstruation as a punishment for violating the social rules governing marital alliance. The menstrual blood turns into snakes and insects used in black sorcery. This is fascinating information. Fascinating. Let's not look at it from a modern perspective, but this is mythology. The same way we should look at the biblical text outside the historical context. Mythology. Not for us to say, hey, what? Somebody's coming back because a book wrote it. It's mythology for a purpose. The Lemamba Bones. Shout out to Dr. Mayat, who brought that to the conscious community. Circumcision. When we think of circumcision, we think of a lot of things. But the first records that we have, well, it depends on how you describe circumcision. Because yesterday I found out more information. I thought I knew about circumcision. I didn't even know that in Egypt. Let me say this. Let me take off. Hold on. Let me take this off the screen for a second. Did y'all know? I see Daniel Heru in here. Daniel Heru, jump on the panel real quick. I got a question for you. Not no gotcha moment. Where you at? Where Daniel Heru at? Daniel Heru. Come on, man. Come on, bro. This is not a gotcha moment. Where priest truth story at? Priest truth story at? I got a question. Did y'all know that if the Egyptians captured you and you were circumcised compared to being uncircumcised as a war enemy, one, you would be killed, and the other way, your hands would be cut off. So if you were circumcised, y'all might not believe me. Let me stop sharing and let me put the source on the screen. I learn stuff every day. I study every day, family. That's all I do is study. I don't do nothing else. Let me read the source. Although the Philistines, according to the Great Karnak inscription, 3 of the sea peoples, the Ekwesh, the Sheklesh, and Shardani, were circumcised. And shout out to Wujawa and Smash and Asar Motet, because y'all holding information that's important. Just to let y'all know, y'all holding information that's important. I'm gonna say that again. Y'all holding information that's important in the conversation. Because look at this, Sabio. Sabio, if you get off mic. Sabio, look at this.
Yep, I'm
This is
here.
what it says. Although the Philistines were uncircumcised, other sea peoples of whom the Philistines were one did practice circumcision. According to the great Karnak inscription, that's in Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 of the sea peoples, the Ekwesh, the Sheklesh, and Sherdani, were circumcised. These 3 sea peoples are included in a list of captives and slain in the Libyan Mediterranean invasion of Pharaoh Merneptah. From this stele, we learned that the Egyptians treated circumcised prisoners differently from uncircumcised prisoners. What? Circumcised prisoners had their hands amputated.
What?
Uncircumcised prisoners had their genitals amputated.
What?
What? The 3 sea peoples mentioned above are listed among those whose hands but not genitals were cut off. God damn.
Oh, wow.
Here's another thing too. The word gymnasium has to do with people running around naked. Because the Greeks used to run around naked and
with little boys.
They used to laugh at the Hebrews because the Hebrews were circumcised and they would ban them. How the hell you getting your dick circumcised? That's some crazy ass shit. And kick them out. Kick them out the gym. And by the way, Jews, back then, why would you be running around with a bunch of Greeks who are naked in a gym? What's that all about? What's that all about? On a side note.
Yeah, them Greek bathhouses, they used to be walking around naked too and all that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I learned something. I learned this yesterday. Yes, I'm going to say it again. I learned this yesterday. I learned that on the stratum 11, there's a terracotta phallus that's circumcised. The Canaanites believed in circumcision, and there's stuff about it written in the Ugaritic tablet. So that's where the actual Israelites were already practicing circumcision before the Israelite religion. Man, I study every day, family. That's all I'm going to tell y'all. I study every day. All I'm going to say is this is in the BibleArchaeology.org website. And they talk, it's an article on circumcision. There's also another book on it. But I just want to point that out, that circumcision was done in that region earlier. They had the terracotta, and you have the Egyptian record. So we have 2 sources before the Israelites had their laws in the David and Goliath season and all that time period. So we had people in the Canaanite region and in Egypt practicing circumcision. All right. Good, very good point, Ramza. All right. Now, are we done with this guy, man? Are we done with Kurimeo? I don't think I need to go into circumcision.
Nah.
But this is something about circumcision that you guys might not know. So let me share it with you guys real quickly. This is for people who don't know. All right. I see Daniel Heru scared to come on, but it's all good, bro.
Damn.
It's all love. It's all love over here. Ain't no animosity. I don't have men. I don't hold men and say I'm mad with him and all that. I don't do that. I just cut people off and make it easy. This is Egypt, right? We know they're cutting dudes things off. But let me ask y'all this though. Are we saying anytime anybody has an incision on the penis, it's circumcision? Is that the definition? Or how we're deciding who is circumcised? Because in Algeria, on the walls, they have this over 6,000 years ago. They cutting dudes' penises off. You see the dude on the left-hand side, all the way to the left, his third leg. They're showing the band, it's circumcised. It's craziness. Man with circumcised penis. Woman wearing hat and skirt surrounded by apparently circumcised penises. Yo, studying history is a hell of a thing, boy. I tell you. Garfield be going in. And this is the infamous Herodotus.
The notorious.
Human sacrifice, separation during menstruation, levirate marriage, and the worship of multiple gods are all traditions on every single continent. Israel does not have a monopoly on ideas. It's also not an Israelite identifier anywhere on the earth.
Damn.
There are over 574 federal recognized Native American tribes. Archaeology in the Americas. We got this right here. 5,000 year civilization. Carol Supe dated earlier than the pyramids in Egypt. It's a UNESCO site. So what happened? These people left from here and go built in Egypt? Carol Supe family. This is big time. They have mummies way before everybody else. 7,000 BC. They're mummifying people. Not the same way Egypt does it. We're not trying to copy Egypt, or Egypt is not trying to copy them. But these are mummified folks showing that they are humans in the region way before Columbus. 9,000 years ago. So who are these humans? But this predates Noah. Belize. This is before the Israelites. In Belize. 13,000 years ago, or 13,000 BC, that boy in Montana, his DNA is connected to the population that gave rise to North, Central, and South American groups. Wow. 96% of Native Americans' Y chromosomes include C, Q, and R. R is because of the colonizer coming over. Just like how we have R in our culture. African Americans and Jamaicans, or black folks in general here in the West. We got to stop playing games, man. We got to stop playing games. 96% of them is connected to these genetic markers. That's the Y marker. So C and Q, none of y'all ain't got C and Q in the African American community. Aren't y'all related to Jacob? And he had 12 kids. Y'all playing games with this stuff, yo. Y'all playing games. Y'all playing games.
So what you just showing right there goes back to this article I seen in Live Science a couple weeks ago that says ancient indigenous lineage of Blackfoot Confederacy goes back 18,000 years to the last ice age, DNA reveals. So how are they going to be claiming that these people are Israelite and they got DNA that goes back like the Clovis boy and all them other people that was here before?
Talk about it. Common sense. Look at this guy, James Adair. Kurimeo was about to mention him and I stopped the tape. James Adair was not even familiar, family, with Hebrew culture. Let me say that again. James Adair was not familiar, but he wrote all these things that they're familiar with that makes them connected.
Yeah, James Adair was on your show, wasn't he?
Yeah, James. And by the way, too, for everybody who's watching, no. James Adair is a guy from the 1700s, a writer. James Adair teaches that the Indians are not from the lost tribes. He said the Indians are just Hebrews in general. The lost tribes that you guys claim, you don't even agree with y'all. Y'all using him. Then he says they say Yahweh, and this is Yahweh.
All they did was added an O. He changed the O to it, the A to an O.
Yeah, James Adair did not even know Hebrew, family. So how was he able to compare the languages? Adair was not familiar with language families and linguistic groups. He just made up his own thing on his own. Thomas Jefferson warned John Adams about James Adair's work, called it a kink and to guard against his theory. I don't want to appeal to authority or appeal to, just for namesake. But logically speaking, James Adair was crazy. Columbus thought he was in India. And England was one of the four corners of the earth. So it was a way for Jews to enter back into England because they were kicked out at 1290. So by them talking about the Indians or the lost tribes, the Jews supported it because one, it would allow them excuse. It was the beginning of the Messianic age, and it would allow them to go back into England to make some more money and charge these people interest. Yeah.
So all this is basically end-time prophecy shit. In other words,
Crazy, man. And by the way, to Columbus never said that he used the Arzareth was America. That's a lie. He never said that. The source. This is the source. Look at Garfield now. Tell me I'm not scholarly. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? They said Columbus identified America with this land, and they put the source. See Caseling's Christopher Columbus. You know what Garfield did? Garfield went to Caseling and went to the page. He never says that at that page. The Jewish Encyclopedia is wrong. Yeah. The non-scholar Garfield is correcting the Jewish Encyclopedia. They said that Columbus identified America with this land. See Caseling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Gross, page 15. Let's go to Dr. Gross, page 15. See, right here. Dr. Caseling by Charles Gross, PhD, professor of history of Harvard College. This is the whole page 15. He never says that. He was fond of reading the Bible and the fourth book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine, according to his own assertive, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. He never says Arzareth is America. And the Hebrew Israelites always say that. Yeah, you see why they hate me, man? That's why they hate Garfield. Because I go deeper.
oh shit.
I go deeper than the average scholar. I go deeper than the average scholar.
You go further.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for the correction, brother. I go further. Yo, what up, D-Red? Hey, brother Law, did you respond? Did you hear what I said earlier? I don't know if you responded earlier. Let me scroll up and see if you responded to what I'm saying. Brother Law, do they have levirate marriage in Islam? Hey, Land Single, peace and love to you, my brother.
What up, Garfield?
What up? How you been? How you been?
I just came up here to tell you that Azareth is Siberia, bro.
Arzareth. All right, let's look at it this way. I'm gonna bring up something for you real quick, okay?
No, I got the maps and everything. I know it's Siberia.
Listen to me. You're gonna listen
This
to
the piece of earth guy.
Go ahead, bro.
Hold on 1 second. Let me click off this slide, and I'm gonna find another slide for you right now, right? And let me ask you this before I do anything. Where did you hear about Arzareth?
I first heard about Azareth in Second Esdras.
All right, now I'm gonna go to Second Esdras right now, right? And I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you exactly where you got it from, right? And I want us to have a reasonable conversation. Because obviously you already made up your mind where Arzareth is. So I'm going to
make it up. I didn't make it up.
All right. Hey, no problem, beloved. No problem. All I'm saying is you said Arzareth is Siberia, exactly. Right? All right. Now let's look at this right here. I'm going to share my screen. Let me share my screen. Slide only. Watch this. We're gonna go through this slowly. All right. This is from the King James 1611, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is Second Esdras 13 to 40 to 45. So it says, these are the 10 tribes which were carried away from prisoners out of their land in the time of Uzziah the king, whom Shalmaneser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. And by the way, to the word Arzareth means another land. All right, that's all it means. But they took this counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country which where never mankind dwelt. What does where never mankind dwelt mean?
Men never lived there.
All right, now watch this. You said they're in Siberia, right?
Yep.
All right, watch this. We're gonna walk through this slowly. Siberia is where? In Russia, right?
Siberia is in Russia, west of Alaska.
All right. Now
it's a barren. It's at the Bering Straits, the Straits of Aina.
All right, cool. All right. Now watch this. This is a what do you call it? This is just Wikipedia, right? But Wikipedia has sources. Excuse me for using Wikipedia.
It's okay.
You're doing this quick, right?
Get some sources from it.
All right. Now watch this. Watch this right here. At least 3 species of humans lived in southern Siberia around 40,000 years ago. Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalensis, and the Denisovans. In 2010, DNA evidence identified the last as a separate species. So we know, right, which is responsible for blonde hair in modern Europeans, are here, right here. Ancient DNA analysis reveal that the oldest fossil known to carry the derived KITL allele, which is responsible for blonde hair in modern Europeans, is a 17,000-year-old ancient North Eurasian specimen from Siberia. Another North Eurasian population genetically similar to that culture, were imported genetically to Native Americans. All right. So we have somebody there from 40,000 years ago. We have evidence of 17,000 years ago. We have evidence of about 30,000 years ago, expanded northwards into Siberia. So we have people going into Siberia. We have given rise to Paleo-Siberian peoples and Native Americans who later migrated toward the Beringian region. So we have people within the area, or we have people before that book was written, Second Esdras. We have people living in Siberia. And remember, it says where no man has lived before. Man lived in Siberia before it was written. Even look at this. Horsemen hunting right here at the side. 280 to 180, because you know Second Esdras was written in the 1st century. That's where it is. It's not Ezra, the prophet, wrote it. I hope you know that.
Yeah, Ezra had to write everything over. It was destroyed.
No. I'm saying Second Esdras was written by an unknown person in the 1st century. It's not a BC.
Oh, you're saying it's not written by Ezra? Yeah, I know.
Not written by Ezra.
Yeah.
All right. So now, oh man, I got the anthropologist, my anthropologist teacher in here. So we're talking about Siberia, and we're talking about this right here. If you
bring up the Garfield, bring up a Perry Reese map, Tartaria map.
Tartaria?
Oh shit.
Perry Reese Tartaria map.
P-I-R-I. Perry. P-I-R-I. He's from the Ottoman Empire. He's an Ottoman general.
What's the name of it? Say it again. Spell it.
P-I-R-I-R-E-I-S. P-I-R-E-I-S. Ottoman general.
Okay, I got you. He came up. I got you. Oh, it's 2 different words.
Okay. Now, see, I know you. You might not know me. And Unc know me. I done beat up him a few times.
You ain't beat up nobody. Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that on my channel. Don't disrespect my dude like that. But let's look at it though. Let's look at this. This is what I'm saying to you. You're going by what the book says. Let's say Second Esdras is correct. I don't believe it for nothing, right?
Okay.
Arzareth is anywhere, brother. All right. I don't know if you watched the interview on my channel with the guy who is the premier expert on the lost tribes of Israel. He's the one the expert on Arzareth. No, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Listen, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro, before you interrupt me, because I'm gonna let you talk.
Okay.
All I'm saying is it says Arzareth is where no man has dwelt before. What Arzareth is, brother, it's a mystery. It doesn't exist because everywhere on the earth somebody lived there. This is why it couldn't be North America, it couldn't be America. Because people lived in the Americas and now actually they just pushed the date back a month ago. You read that article on when they found evidence, I think, to push it back 10 more years of people living in the Americas, I think to 24,000 now.
Yeah, it's up. Yep.
So that means it can't be the Americas. It can't be Siberia because we found evidence of Homo sapiens and
we found claims. We found claims.
So you don't believe the claims?
No, I don't.
All right, watch this. All I need to do is provide evidence that people lived in Siberia before that book was written. How about that?
All you got to do is go.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me.
The land is called.
Do you accept that? I'm not worried about what the land is called on the map, because people are coming from a perspective of reading Second Esdras, which was a book talk about looking for the lost tribes.
Well, the problem is that the evidence is, like for instance, Garfield. If you look at the Russian icons, you see they're contemporaneous with the rule of Genghis Khan.
Come on,
Genghis Khan is from the tribe of Manasseh.
That shit, yeah, it's finna get bad, Garfield.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm gonna show him something. That he don't know. Hold on.
You can't show me nothing I don't know. I'm the final boss of this shit with the music and everything.
All right, bro. All right.
And who is that talking? Garfield?
Lance, nigga.
I have no idea.
This the pyramid Earth god. The Earth is a pyramid. The sun is crystals. The sun is a crystal and the moon. Lance, the pyramid Earth god.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, come on, man. I don't spend my time traversing those circles of complete foolery and nonsense.
Oh, don't worry. I got it on tape. I came on your show and beat you up during the time you was fighting Sanchez.
Yeah, you're a complete nut. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a nut. I'm gonna say it. It's probably not the right thing to say, but I mean a nut when it comes to having a cohesive idea that makes sense from the origin of Homo sapien all the way up until now. You have no cohesion in your thought process.
Yeah, I know.
All of it makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Do you agree that at some?
Nope, I don't.
Yeah, this is
hey, let's just do this.
We don't agree to faulty premises.
I don't agree to that.
Let's do this, brother. Would you agree that so nobody was living in Siberia before they talked about Azareth? That's what you're saying?
I can't tell you that it's true or not, but what I can say that it's written in the book of Azareth that they plan to go to a place where nobody was at yet. That's what their plan was. Ain't nobody saying when they got there it wasn't nobody there, but that's what the plan. The book says, let us go to a place where no man is at. That don't mean when they got there wasn't nobody there. But if you understood the complete history of the Northern Kingdom Israelites by 722 BC, when the king of Assyria kicked them out, they went into Russia, they went into Phrygia, they went into Turkey, they went into Khazaria, they went into Armenia.
You know what I'm gonna do to you? I'm gonna say this to you, brother. Are you a Hebrew?
I am.
Do you live in Siberia?
Stupid. This is stupid.
Do you live
in
what?
Siberia? I hear you, Garfield.
I said, do you live in Siberia?
No, I live in Michigan.
That's good. Do you see the ball on my finger? It kind of hurts.
All right, cool. So you were swimming backward? All right, I'm gonna talk about it. Did your mom videotape it?
Huh?
Did your mom videotape it?
No, I was. Can you order me another?
You put it on mute, Garfield.
All right, cool. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick for the family. All right, because I like to be thorough so that people at home learn.
Man, ain't take no thoroughness on this. Hey, Lance.
Let's go back. Hold on, Unc. Look at what this says. His book. But they took this counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never, not that some live there, brother. Don't switch up your book. Where never mankind dwelt. And it says mankind dwelt. It's clear. It's clear as day. Don't add to the scripture. Don't take from it.
Brother Garfield, they obviously never went there themselves to know if anybody dwelt there. They're assuming.
My brother, the scripture says that. Don't you believe your scripture?
No, they took counsel amongst themselves. That means they're not there yet. They attempting to go to a place where no people are.
Let me ask you a question. All right. What happened to the people when they went to Assyria? What happened to them? What happened to them?
You talking about the Israelites?
Yeah. What happened to the people that were taken to that area? What happened to them?
They was cool. It was just that there was too many heathens. They was amongst the Mongols. They were amongst the Mongols, bro. So they decided to go further away from them.
All right.
Yeah,
For
he
those
say
who
any
don't
damn thing.
It says they went
Yeah,
to
he
the.
just make up shit as he go along.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
I'm very familiar with him.
It says they went to the edge of
Lance,
the earth.
Lance.
Went to the
That's
edges of the
what you
earth.
mean,
How
I'm
they
the
know what the
edges of
edges?
earth.
Are you an African American?
Nope.
No.
Where are you from?
From the middle of nowhere.
He's a Hebrew, Jew,
From
Native
Atlantis.
American, everything. He's everything,
Hey, Lance, you
Garfield.
got it. Yeah.
Hey,
He's
he not lying
everything.
because
The
I
Russians
showed
is
him
black. The
and
Russians
seen my
is black.
DNA and all that.
Hey,
The
Lance,
Russians is black. Everybody's
again,
black. Everybody's a Jew.
that was a beautiful discussion, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Why you put him off? We just was getting started cooking them.
He's warming up, man. He's warming up.
Hey, Lance. Hey, Lance.
Yes, sir.
Why speak of a history that's in America somewhere around 30,000 years? When
It was
yeah,
1,200. It was 1,200.
No, 30,000 years approximate in the Americas. So
No, that's not true.
listen to me. I don't want listen. Let me finish. Don't cut me off. Let's keep it real cordial, real smooth and easy. Like I'm telling you that the range of time is somewhere between 25 to 30,000 years in the Americas, right? There's no written language at this time. No biblical text. That's later. Biblical text is way later. You got writing that's in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, and you don't got none of that. So why are you acting like there was a book written that speaks of these things? And then you're not even talking about migrations. You talking about a group of humans, you don't know how many, going into somebody else's area. Man, that's not how that works for real. So come on, yo. Like, you're doing way too much. Way too much, Lance. You're having a lot of fun, Lance. I'm not mad at you.
Hey, am I allowed? Are you guys gonna be fair on this one and let me show my shit?
You don't have nothing to show. You don't have nothing to show, Lance.
Yeah, I do. I have.
If your foundation is the biblical text, that's all
I don't
you got.
use the Bible. I don't use the Bible for none of this.
So what are you going to use first? Let me hear it. Go ahead. What are you going to use?
Let me get my pieces up. Let me bring my books out right now.
What do you think you're going to use?
I'm stacking right now as we speak. Don't worry.
Stacking pseudo books.
Don't worry, bro.
Yeah, Lance. So what is your premise, though? Start off with that. What's your premise, Lance? That what?
The premise is that when the Southern Kingdom Israelites.
Oh, you mentioned the Bible?
Hold on. These people in history, and you
no. You said you wasn't.
I didn't mention non-Bible, not
you
one
did.
Bible.
You did. You said when the Southern Kingdom in Israel. Where are you getting this from? Are you getting? No. Are you getting it from
history,
text?
not the Bible?
What history?
Mongolian history, Russian history, Arabic history. What do you want? Which one? I'm going through them all.
So you want to use the tools of history now? Am I correct?
That's all I use.
Okay.
I don't use the Bible ever.
Okay. So you know history uses the tools of archaeology. Are you familiar with this? And anthropology. So since you want to play by the rules, you got to play by the rules. We're gonna keep you right there in anthropology. That's what we want to do here. Okay. Anthropology.
I want you to tell me, what did you mean by America at 30,000 years? What did you mean by
I'm saying there are people that are in the Americas around 30,000 years ago.
Yeah,
so
and then the earth was destroyed and a new set of people comes along.
No, we won't do that. We're going to stay right there for a minute. We're going to stay right there. Stay right there. So what are you using to verify that these people went somewhere? Are there any archaeological surveys that make your point?
Yes, brother.
Okay, so break out the archaeological survey, a Hebrew tool, a Hebrew mass, a Hebrew toilet paper, something that will help us see that the words that you're about to show can be backed up by human artifacts.
Well, the problem is that I didn't even make a claim yet. You won't let me.
No, you did. You said that you can look at Mongolian history.
I didn't. I just mentioned Southern Kingdom, and you cut me off and took over.
No, I didn't take over. I made a clear, concise point. You said we can find it in Mongol history. So find us Hebrews in Mongol history. These are the documentations I'm expecting you to bring forward. Go ahead, Mr. Lance.
Yes, brother.
Put it up on the screen. You said you was putting something on the screen.
Yeah. I'm off the hip, so I got to go through my pieces and show you. I got to get them. You can continue to talk. I'm just gonna get everything that I claim in history, not from American history.
American history. We're not concerned with American history.
Right.
Yo, and Garfield, I want to let y'all know that I've had many discussions with Lance, and trying to teach him anything about history is really a waste. He's going to force his narrative into this conversation and what he believes. He believes the earth is a pyramid. He's going to use maps from the 1200s, like the Perry Reese map, the Hereford maps, and things like that to try to push this. He's going to talk to you about blimmies, people with dog-headed people, all those monstrous races that I was talking about earlier, Garfield.
No, he's not talking about people with dog. No, he's not doing that.
No, I'm not. He will. These are, I'm
Lance. Hold on, Lance. Are there?
I'm not making none of this up.
Lance, are there dog-headed people? Are you trying to say that, Lance?
One thing at a time.
No, man. No, I need to know before I further this conversation. Are there dog-headed people walking around? Is that what you're saying?
One thing at a time.
No. I'm asking you a direct question.
I don't choose to engage in that one.
Sunday morning.
That's gonna take it over.
No, it ain't. I ain't gonna debate with you. I just want to hear your response. I don't need you to prove or verify any of that. I just want to know, are you saying in your mind, the way you think, the thoughts that go through your brain, do you think there are dog-headed people on planet Earth? That's all I want to know, brother.
Yeah, I think that as it was stated that
is that a yeah?
So-called angels mixed a portion of humanity with other animals, and that's what the outcome was.
Okay, thank you very much, Garfield. I'm good. I'm done with the conversation, Garfield. I'm done. Thank you very much, brother.
I told you. I told you he would even tell you about blimmies, people with faces in their chests.
Yeah.
Oh, blimmy? Did you?
Yeah,
thank you very much, brother.
Yeah. He'll tell you about big fit people with a big ear and big feet.
You're a trip, yo. Hey, Lance, they lied on you, yo. Lance, have you been treated fairly? Lance, have you been treated fairly today, my brother?
Have I been treated? Nah. When you and Uncle, I've been on the panel with y'all before. You must don't remember me.
I just want to know if you've been treated fairly today, brother. That's
of course
all.
Not. You don't even know what my premise is.
Lance, am I lying about anything I've just spoken on you?
Face on their chest, Lance.
The blimie, the people that originated in Ethiopia in the last age.
I'm not making none of this shit up.
It's really a medical condition that's referred to today as anencephaly, right? When
I can't even spell that. I can't even spell that word.
BLEMMYE.
No, the medical terminology is
EMMYE.
Oh man, your best friend is on here. Thunder is here, your best friend.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the blimmy, people.
You know, so it's gonna take.
I ain't gonna be the blimmy. Yeah, I'm not gonna be do blimmy.
Yes, that's don't blimmy.
I can't do the headless man. I can't do blimmy, yo.
No, you're not up. Yo, you're not up to date.
Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
You gotta get up to date, bro. Come on.
I want to share my screen. This is why I'm not doing it.
Exposing him, yo.
This is why I'm not doing. Do you see blimmy? Are we looking at blimmy? We're not gonna be able to do this, bro.
Yes, that's a blimmy. That's a blimmy. That's a blimmy.
I'm not doing blimmy. No, I'm not. I'm not doing blimmy. I'm not doing blimmy. And I'm particularly not doing a white blimmy. Now, if there was a black blimmy, I might kind of engage, but not the white blimmy.
They are black.
I'm not doing blimmy. No, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, brother Unc, we refuse to engage in the blimmy. It's just the blimmy, the blue blimmy, the white blimmy, the blimmy with the, you know what? Unc is not doing blimmy. I've heard a lot. This is blimmy.
I'm not making it up.
Where's the African blimmy at? Do we have an African blimmy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They got African blimmies. They got Ethiopian blimmies.
I'm not doing blimmy. I'm not gonna do blimmy.
No. Pull up.
I'm not doing blimmy.
Pull up
blimmy.
Pull up the Bigfoot person.
Moon face head. I'm not doing it.
Pull up the Docephalus.
We're not doing Blimmy. Hold on, I can't get past Blimmy. I can't get past Blimmy.
This right here is Gog and Magog. This is who the fallen angels mix.
No, bro, we're not doing Blimmy. I'm not. Look, brother. I
Oh,
appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you a lot, yo. But you run around teaching your kids about Blimmy. I'm not doing it.
I'm not teaching anyone.
Blimmy has a bow and an arrow in his hand. Blimmy. Is we really? You know what? Let me, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for wasting your time with Blimmy.
I can show you a modern example of it.
No, you're right. You can show us a modern example.
Nothing up on this man.
Y'all made that up, bro. I don't believe Lance.
You see the modern example. I can see somebody face.
He's an AI. He has an AI op. He's an op.
Hey, he thinks we're on the pyramid Earth. He thinks we're on the pyramid Earth, Garfield.
Samuel, stop lying on Lance, bro. You're lying on Lance. Stop it, bro. You're not. What you're saying is not true. Lance, I want to treat you fairly, brother. You got a supporter of Thunder. Thunder is here to back you up. So what's up, Lance? Go ahead. What's your premise, Lance? Let me hear your premise.
I back him up on Blimmy.
Okay, we leaving Blimmy alone because that's a whole.
I don't want to leave Blimmy.
I like bringing light to the darkness, brother. I
want to stay with Blimmy.
Right. We are so dark. We are so. Oh man, we're dark.
My premise is concerning Azareth is that when the king of Assyria kicked the Israelites out in 722 BC, they went into the north. Right when you says let us go to a place where no man had yet dwelt, they didn't just go there. It took time to get there over a period of time, and they dropped off in places like Turkey and Phrygia. That's why you see in the New Testament Paul is writing to the church. It's already established. It didn't get established by Paul. These were Israelites in those lands in Turkey and Russia and all of that. This is why you have Russian icons. That's contemporaneous with the 1200s and 1300s. Okay, so when they went to these places, now let me share my page because I'm going to give you the doctor right off before I make my statement. This ain't the only one. I got books and books and books, clippings and clippings that I took out of books. Also backing this, and that's why I'm well respected. They might say pseudo, but I'm well respected in these motherfucking streets.
No one respects you but yourself.
Okay. Israelite roots of the Mongols as revealed in the Mongol-Goryeo War, 1218 to 1270. Now, what you'll find is when from reading Dr. Hossein Chung papers is that the Mongols are the northern kingdom that left, and this is from letters that's translated because it's in Japanese, translated by him, and it shows that the Mongols. Let's go to page 33 just to jump right into it.
Yeah, we know they had Jewish people in the Mongol
Not
Empire.
Jewish people. The Mongols were the Israelites.
No, okay. You know what? Yeah,
okay.
I can't get past Blimmy, so I'm done. I don't got nothing to say.
You always done when the heat comes.
Yeah, that's some good heat. I'm done.
Get done a little bit more because you ain't done. Let me finish.
No, I'm done.
Yo, man, let that man finish,
I'm finished. Y'all can handle this.
Okay, thank you. We need you to finish so he can finish. All right, thank you.
Ain't it the same guy that has a pyramid Earth with a gigantic base at the bottom where you can fall off?
Listen, let that man finish. Y'all see, that's the problem.
You do that every time, bro.
Every time, bro.
Earth have the cord. You can unplug Earth.
Let that man finish.
He said, "Yeah, unplug the Earth." Did somebody say unplug the Earth?
Yeah, man, the Earth got a plug with the blimmies on it.
You can hit reset on it
every time. Because you see this shit cooking, right? You see this shit cooking.
Yo, you cooking with a plugged-in Earth with the blimmies.
And cataclysms.
1260, and he's showing that Bethel, the Bedé people, is the house of God. Both people, Mongols and Goryeo. Goryeo is Korea.
Blimmy.
All right.
Can't get past Blimmy, yo.
Mongols were Malachites.
You still stuck on the blimmies?
I'm still I refuse to talk past Blimmy.
Of Korah of the tribe of Levi. This is all translated. This is all done. They're showing you how the Genghis Khan coronation correlates to Numbers 4 to a T, and this is the painting that's contemporary with 1247. You know what I'm saying? I'm not playing. Now I'm gonna take it down because I understand this is your show, and I don't want to fuck you up and have your people start following me on my shit. the argument.
No one's going to follow you. No one's going to follow you.
If they following you, they deserve you.
Listen, bro.
Blimmy.
I'm the one that listen. If you don't know, I'm the nigga that connects every fucking thing.
Blimmy. I can't get past Blimmy.
Let that man talk, man.
Thunder, did you see Blimmy? Thunder, did you see Blimmy? That's all I want to ask.
Blimmy is real, bro.
Did you see Blimmy?
Blimmy is real.
Well, I can't get past Blimmy. I don't talk about number Blimmy. I don't talk about the Mongol.
You ain't never seen no modern day Blimmy?
Let me see the Blimmy.
It's a disease, bro. It's called anencephaly or anencephalitis. Anencephaly.
Spell it. Spell it.
No, don't spell it. Don't spell it. Don't spell it. Don't worry about it.
I don't know how to spell it all the way through. I just know it's.
Don't spell it. Don't spell it, fat nigga.
But listen, this is what's happening. A baby is a birth defect.
I know
today.
that.
But don't. There was no doctors to say don't let this baby come through. There was no doctors to say that let this. So if they grow into adulthood and generate babies, they're gonna spew off the same genetics.
You made that up. If
Oh
it's a
shit!
disease,
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! This shit horrible. Lance, you've been trying to get this shit since I've met you. The shit don't work, bro. Yo, bro, you didn't know that I knew about the monstrous races and all that shit when you brought them up. I've been telling you about this shit, and this is literature, and this is how they depicted other races of people with big ears and big feet and big old noses and things like that. So they depicted them like that. Lance. They did this to place people outside of the human family.
Man, shut your
I keep telling you this. You don't want to learn because you want to try to make everybody a Jew, nigga. Lance, I've been telling you this shit for months.
Stop cursing. You got my son right here, man. Stop the cursing, man. What's wrong with you, man? Come on,
my fault.
My
fault. But I've been telling him this for months. With a blimmy.
I'm not arguing with him. I'm not.
Hey, let me do this. You want to say hi to Thunder?
Hi, Thunder.
What's up, Amir? You all right, man?
My bad, Amir. What up, Amir? My bad.
All right. Enough of that. All right.
Lance, IW master teacher, the bringer together of all worlds.
Lance, I want to put the aura around you like a Rick James aura. He's all right.
Graduated from the same school that Smash Scamwells did. They come out
proud of my heritage. What's up? What's on your mind? Proud of my heritage. What's up? Welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, what's happening, man? This is Cali Enigma, bro.
What up, man? What up, B? What up? What's on your mind?
Oh man, I just came up here to support Savior, man. We dealt with this dude before. Yeah, that dude, he has all kinds of weird ideas. And he has this ideal that somehow you're gonna have this pyramid-shaped earth and you're not gonna slide down the hill. You're gonna be
when you're never gonna so you telling me that you're on a globe.
Earth has a reset button. You can unplug it.
Anything that man is walking on, he has excavated and made it level with the horizon. So don't ever think that you're gonna first of all,
what's the name of the disease, brother, again?
Hey, Thunder, watch this, brother.
You can unplug it like a Nintendo game.
No,
or PlayStation.
And making shit up to hide the
What's
real
the name of the Blimmy disease, brother? We want the name.
Nah. Don't give it to him. Nope.
No. You got it, Thunder?
I got it. I've been at it.
All right, pull it up, Thunder. Go ahead, show.
Nah, I'm good.
You know better.
I'm good.
You know better.
Tomorrow we doing Donald Trump felon. We doing that tomorrow. That's your boy. You going to defend
convicted felon? Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's do it.
I heard he made $52 million off that.
No, don't worry about it. Let's do it tomorrow. He want to do it tomorrow. Let's do it. We say, hey, thank you, New York, idiot.
Hey, what did you say, Lance? You said that once again, you said that Alaska has like this giant base with South Africa, right?
Yo,
say what?
Yo, you can't make this up. This is a classic right here. You can't mess this up.
Y'all can't put that man on song.
That's the bottom of the earth, bro.
Mad fans in the chat.
When you take a voice, you can make as many jokes as you want, but you don't let me talk. Then,
all right, Lance, go ahead, Lance. I'm sorry. My apologies, brother. Forgive them for their bad manners.
Trying to talk about Blemmy.
The floor is yours, brother.
Now watch this. Now, why any smart motherfucker? I'm a Terrence Howard, you motherfuckers, right now. Excuse me. Sorry, brother.
Woo! Killer.
Now, we all know that it's only one north, right? It's directly beneath the Polaris star. The Polaris star is the center of the universe. If you do, when you take a picture of the sky and then you slow it down, you extend the light. What is that called? Time lapse. When you take a time lapse of the north, everything spins around the northern star. Everything. Right?
Okay.
Now, you got 4 corners of the earth. They are all in their respective places. You got South Africa, that's one corner. South America, that's one corner. Australia, that's one corner. And the land that's beneath the Pacific Sea, where places like New Zealand and Hawaii is sticking out of the water from, because we know those are not floating. They're connected to land, right? Those islands, all of those little islands is connected to land that has collapsed underwater. Those are the remnants sticking out, all right? So if you're in South Africa and I'm in South America and we both need to go north, we're going to eventually end up in the same place, which is directly beneath the Polaris star, somewhere up north in Alaska or beyond. What? Right? If you're in Australia and you need to go north, you might come late, but you're going to end up
that man talk, man.
Stop at. We're going to end up right there.
So
now, not only is that the center, right? In order to go north, you have to go at an incline overall. You got to go at an incline overall. Am I lying, Thunder? When you
you ain't lying. Tell it.
Right? If you're in South Africa, you need to go to Spain. You're going to eventually go at an incline further away from the ocean. Was it zero?
But how do you not slide down that pyramid though? How do you not slide down that angle?
That's a childlike way of thinking of something so massive. Because how do you not slide down a mountain? And what happens is that man he started from the top, and what he did is he started carving away at the earth so that it be level with his perspective of a horizon. That's what you do right now today when you build a building. It'll be a whole mountain there.
He carved earth.
Instead of level, and then set it to the horizon. You see him looking to the scope, like we do with everything that we live on. Now let me finish. Let me finish cooking.
Let him finish.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Now again. Now, let me explain this to you. The sun only goes from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn.
Hey, mute Unc, man, or kick him out here. Either mute him or kick him out.
Nah, the spirits get riled up in these niggas when I get to talking. I know all about it, bro. Trust me. So listen.
Either mute that nigga or kick him out, man. We trying to get taught. We trying to get some teaching.
Oh, man.
Now watch this.
Hold on, Lance. Kwame, what you trying to say, bro? Kwame.
Yeah, I'll talk when he finished. All
right, go ahead, Lance. Finish up my break, bro.
Now check this, bro. Now, this is what they did. They tricked us because they want you to think that
who is the they?
Whoever they is that controls the information that gets to our children or to us as children or our parents as children, because that's when it happened. Because you got evidence before the 1900s, in the 1900s, of people believing what I'm telling you. Now, let me finish. That means all the way from 5 BC, whenever they said that it was discovered that the earth was a globe, that means it wasn't effective all the way even until the 1900s, bro. So let me finish. So people don't know that the sun revolves around the earth. I know it's big, but it does. It's evidence. The sun revolves around the earth.
You agree with this?
Yeah, man.
The sun is an hour hand, right? It's like the hour hand. That's how we get our hours, right? The moon is months. The constellations are years. Okay, so let me finish. It's like a clock looking down. You gotta imagine yourself above all of it, looking down, and you will see it's just like a wristwatch.
Is that when Earth resets?
Now the sun moves around us, right? Not only does it go in a circle, it spirals more inward towards the north and back outward towards the south. The south is a circle. It's not beneath the earth. Let me prove it to you. The south is a circle. Now, if you are standing in Terra del Fuego, the sun that you will only be able to see the sun looking north. You're further than the sun actually revolves around the earth. You're further down in Terra del Fuego. Now, in order for you to see the sun, you got to look north, right? Certain places in South Africa, you got to
He a
look
Native
north.
American or a Hebrew?
You got to look north to see the sun, because the sun on the farthest south that the sun travels is the Tropic of Cancer. There's still more land beyond Tropic of Cancer going south.
Didn't you say we're in? You say this is in the word like we're in the middle
man,
of a
can you
reset of
stop
Earth?
talking, please? Go ahead, Lance.
So if you're in the north looking at the sun, right, you're going to see the sun go past your. If you're in the north looking at the sun, it's going to go past you like a clock side, like clockwise, right? But if you in the south beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, you're going to have to look north towards the sun. It's going to spin the opposite direction of you because you got to stand the opposite direction to see it. But it's really still going the same direction. They make you think you're standing on the bottom of the earth, but the truth is you just more further south than the extension of the way the sun traveled. It stopped traveling more south at a certain point, and people still got more land to live on. So that's a trick. I've done the math, bro. I mean, when I say I've done the math, I've considered it in the spirit. It's done. I'm pushing it. This is what I teach my kids. So if you niggas don't want to jump on ship, that's on you. But hey, check it out. The moon don't reflect sunlight. Sunlight is invisible in space. Therefore, the moon have to absorb the electromagnetic radiation and produce its own light in the same fashion that it would if the actual light that was visible could hit it. But it's not visible light hitting it. The same way you point a laser at the wall, you don't see the ray, you see the where it hit. You don't see the sun rays go across the space to the earth. You feel what I'm saying? Listen, bro, I'm the final boss of this bitch.
Mute your mic, Garfield.
Oh man, yo, this is fun, yo. This is fun. Hey, stop for a minute. Time out, bro. Time out. Time out, Lance. Time out, Lance. Hey, Kwame, you have something to say, my brother?
This is crazy.
What you want to add? What you want to add to the knowledge, brother?
He talking about something crazy. Kwame? Nah, bro, that ain't not you.
Hold on, Kwame, come on.
Not you. Not you.
I'm like, this is crazy because when I say certain, you say pseudo. This is like beyond pseudo. This is like different.
Oh, so you came on here to bash on me for not stopping him? That's what it is. I support you.
This is pseudo.
I need to check myself on this.
Sunlight visible in space. Everything I'm saying is true, man. Y'all can't call me pseudo off of facts.
No, you're right. It's the lost knowledge and wisdom, brother.
Is it only one north? Does the sun only travel between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? Is there still land beyond the Tropic of Capricorn?
You can't be.
Brother, you just said the sun revolve around the earth. That is beyond out of here. That is ridiculous.
Listen, the sun is a lot smaller than what they want you to know, bro. The sun is the energy. The sun is
hold on, Lance. Before you do all of that, right? Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes, by heritage.
I know it.
Hold on. Do you come from ancient Israel by faith or by bloodline?
By blood.
How did you get? So where do you live now? In Siberia? Where do you live?
Don't stay, Lance. Don't let him take you off, bro.
Y'all do this.
Yeah. There you go.
You do this every time. This is a wicked man.
There you go.
Blood clot.
There you go.
Welcome to my club. Welcome to my club, y'all. I'm wicked and evil according to Lance too.
Yo, hold on. Shezmu, this is your brother, Shezmu. Shezmu Patah Aman. This is your brother. In no way. Y'all look alike. Y'all talk alike. This is your brother, Shezmu.
Peace to everybody. I got a question. Hold on, let me mute my television.
Oh, but Garfield, you do owe me an apology though too.
Oh, your apology for what?
For the Caves of Treasure thing.
Okay, we're gonna get back on the Cave of Treasure. Hey, Lance, let me ask you something. You said something about the sun does not reflect light or transmit light, and the moon does not absorb it and reflect or something. When you put a mirror,
no, don't say something. What did I say?
Correct me. I'm not 100% on what you said, but
Well,
I know
you
when
so confident in what you're about to say to me, then, brother.
because I am. Listen, when I take a mirror, right, and I set it, and reflect, angle it at the sun. Now it creates something. It creates light all around the area. How you explain that?
Because all of the area, the ether is allowing you to see the light. You're within the atmosphere of the earth. You're in air where the light is moving through. That's normally invisible. Now go to space and you won't see that light. You're not going to see the light hit the earth. You're not going to see the light hit the moon. You're not going to see the light. It's invisible. That's a fact.
So you saying when I go to space, I'm in darkness? I can't see shit? I can't.
How I get to space is the question, yo. I thought it wasn't no space.
You use a damn weather balloon, and I've seen plenty of them. I've seen plenty of weather balloons going to the upper atmosphere.
Yahweh in space too?
All right, Galway. I said Galway.
Look, man. Look, bro, I'm about to go to work, man. Y'all don't really.
You going to work,
brother? Yeah, I'm a nurse.
You actually go to work, yo?
Yo, Truth Story said he's a nurse.
He's a nurse.
Wait,
he's a nurse.
We gotta get you out of there.
You work for Esau?
So you take care of people with all the.
We gotta get you out of there. We gotta get you out of there.
We can't do this. You got nah. I can't do this. I can't.
Cracker
I want to welcome you to the Dagger Squad. And,
thank you.
Whenever you're ready to join, I'll just write your letter. The letter that I wrote to Master Farad Muhammad. You got to write the same letter, and you join. You in, man.
He got to get his ex.
He got to get his ex, man. He got to get his ex, bro.
Okay.
It's not stupid.
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, bro.
Tell me the truth.
When I was like, right before I went to the army, I had asked the Most High to be with me, and I told him to reveal all things to me, all things. Show me everything. I said, I don't care what it is.
Are you a part of a camp?
Nah,
I'm with you.
He is the camp.
But I'm here to teach the camp. I'm here to teach the camps, bro. Real talk. I'm here to.
And
I'm here to awaken the
See you at work, bro. See you at work, bro. All right. Peace and love to you, man. Appreciate you, bro. Anytime, bro. Anytime.
All right.
All right. Peace and love. All right. King J, what's up?
Peace. I honestly just came on when I heard the brother say that the sun revolves around the earth.
Come on, man. So, once he said that, you ain't got to respond to that.
Yeah. That at that point, I was like, okay.
Stop playing, please. Not today. Tomorrow. You do that tomorrow.
I can't do it tomorrow. We're talking about Donald Trump tomorrow.
Sun do what? Come on, man.
Yeah.
The sun revolves around the earth.
So wait. Thunder subscribe to that? You subscribe to the earth, the sun actually moving?
No, he don't, man. Come on.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Truth Story. I don't know who this dude is, yo. Truth Story knows all these pseudos. The nurse. He kept saying in the chat, this dude is a nurse.
Nicholas Copernicus was the first to come up with that theory. And that theory was later supported by Galilei, and Sir Isaac Newton.
So since then, has that theory been debunked?
I must say
yes.
It don't matter if y'all can't believe it. I'm gonna ride with Nicholas and Isaac and Galileo. That's what I'm gonna ride with.
So that's an outdated source, right?
You know what's funny?
Hey, yeah.
You know what's
you
funny?
Can say what you want.
Truth Story probably mentioned this dude to me, and I was like, nah, that ain't real. I don't believe it. Right in my face. Blame me, yo. Blame me. Uncle's like, I can't do this. I can't do it. But listen, Kwame, you want to talk about the Cave of Treasures?
Oh, yeah. Because something that you did last week, I thought that was, you pulled up the Cave of Treasure, but you didn't pull up the entire wiki article, which below it.
The wiki article says that it's actually written later, right? But let me ask you this:
It's a modern scholar. So the
all right,
consensus of modern scholars.
I have no problem with that. But would you agree that the Arabic version is the one that propagated the whole blacks and slavery stuff?
I would say the Jewish source is the first source. So I
would say, my brother, is there an Arabic version of the Talmud?
No.
Okay, so what the other? This is what I'm trying to tell you. The Talmud is irrelevant in the conversation to me, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's irrelevant because the Arabic sources are rewriting the Cave of Treasures. They're not rewriting the Talmud. So all these authors are rewriting this whole story that people are black and that they should be enslaved and all this stuff. Whatever terminology they use, because I don't think they use black per se, but whatever terminology they use, they attached that, whatever they said the color of the skin of Kush was or what Kush was, they attached that to slavery.
Did the Arabs themselves say they? Yes, we got it from the Christians, or are you just assuming that the Arabs got it from the Christians?
My brother, there's an Arabic version of the Cave of Treasures. What more than that do you need? And several people are quoting from that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to show a transmission with the Talmud. You got to show me somebody quoting the Talmud and what the Talmud is saying. The Talmud never said that because you're dark skinned. Hold on, it never said that. It never attached being dark skinned to slavery. It never did.
The Talmud never attached dark skin to slavery.
No. And hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. It never attached dark skin to slavery in its tradition, and then the Arabs took that story and say, "Hey, I'm gonna copy that story in Arabic," and then propagate it throughout.
Are you saying that the Jews got it from the Syriac Christians?
I never said that.
So where did the Jews
rabbis? They got it from wherever they got it from. They made up their own tradition. They're rewriting the story about the Noah story, trying to come up with some solution and whatever. That's it.
So
Kwame, I asked you last week. Again, I keep telling you, you're just trying to win that conversation, but you don't even understand the conversation. The reason why I'm standing firm. The reason why I'm standing on the Cave of Treasures is because the Arabic version is what propagated through the Islamic world. That's why. It's not the Talmud.
Are you saying that the Arabic world at the time wasn't familiar with the Talmud or the Talmudic writing?
Not as much. All right. If they were familiar with the Talmud, which I don't doubt, they didn't use it to propagate enslavement. They used the version of the Cave of Treasures that they rewrote. That's all I'm saying, bro. This shit is not rocket science.
Well, you do know there's tradition that the Arabs got works from the Jews and the Christians.
That is not the point. You're still not getting it. The story of the Arabs, of them change. All right, let me explain it to you in two terms. The story of Noah, right? Who is Cush a son of Canaan in the story of Noah in the Bible?
A brother, I think, or a son or something. I forgot the exact meaning.
His brother, right? The Arabic story says that Cush is Canaan's son because Canaan was the one that was cursed, not Ham. Okay? So every time you see a story about this curse or whatever, it's the version from the Arabs. They invented that version. But the version that they have of this storyline stems from the Cave of Treasures. Wherever you see the Islamic writers writing, Cush is Canaan's son, that means they're talking about the Cave of Treasures story.
Okay, but if the Talmud was completed by the 500s,
the Talmud has nothing to do with the Cave of Treasures story, bro. It's a total different story. It's not the same story.
So where did the Jews just came up with their own the blacks was cursed too?
My brother, the story of Ham is what they're retelling of Ham. That's the Talmudic story. And plus too, we don't even have the original story because the stories that we read in the 1800s are rewritten with a modern context. So we don't know what the story actually said. We don't have a primary.
What story?
The Talmudic story. We don't have a primary to it.
We don't have a primary to it?
No.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just saying that at the time the Jews had most of the universities. They was the one that was teaching that was basically the authority on the Old Testament.
Show me the Arabic writers. Show me 10 Arabic writers copying that story of the
copy.
Show me 10 because the main writers, my brother, that the Arabic writers are copying the Cave of Treasure story and the story about Cush being Canaan. Once it says Cush being Canaan's son, it couldn't come from the Talmud because the Talmud doesn't teach that.
So what does the Talmud teach, Governor?
It teaches that Canaan and Cush are brothers. I don't even know if it mentions that in the Talmudic story.
So you're not even familiar with the Talmudic story.
The Talmudic story is talking about Ham. It's not necessarily talking about Cush. Cush is not the central person. In the Arabic story, Cush is the central person. That's how you know it's an Arabic rooted story. That's why I know it doesn't come from the Talmud. You keep talking about the Talmud. I told you, I used to believe the same way you do until I read Goldenberg's book.
Goldenberg could be biased too. He's a Jew himself.
I have no problem with that, but the point of the matter is the Cush being the one that is centralized behind being attached to slavery is us West and Central Africans. The Talmud never said that. Talmud never said no time they should enslave West and Central Africans, and it never called us Cush. All black people in the world.
But specifically when they're talking about Genesis and the rabbis expanding on Genesis, clearly they're talking about dark-skinned people and Africans should be cursed, should be enslaved to Shem and Japheth. They expand on the story where where Japheth expand in Shem tent or whatever, and they expand on that. And the Arabs expand on that too.
To the brother in the audience, Ham's children is Cush, Canaan, Mizraim, and Put. For the brother in the audience, grandchildren are Nimrod, Heth, Rama, and Amin, Patrusim, Seba, and about 20 more. Parents are Noah and Emzara. All right, are you done now with that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm done with that.
All right, cool. All right. Right, Cooking with Billy is right. Yes, they do have fake versions of the Talmud and all that stuff. The edition or the translation. Cush is the son of Ham. Exactly, Asaru. There you go. Asaru. Look at what Asaru wrote. All right, so let me get to this. This is why I wanted what's his name on the show, but I guess he don't feel comfortable coming on my panel. Daniel Heru. Jesus the Good Scarab. There's something about what Jabari teach. I've been against it for the longest, but this is not a bash Jabari moment. I'm actually on Jabari's side with this conversation. I'm actually on his side. Surprisingly, I'm actually on his side. All right. So here we go. This is a video made by BK Apologists, and they're talking about the David Falk Jabari debate and who's running and who's not running and so forth. And I think, to be honest with you guys, I think Jabari would win this debate. I think he would win this debate if he had this is the Egyptologist David Falk who believes the Exodus happened, right? I believe the Exodus happened, but not the way the Bible tells the story. I don't believe that storyline. But he's a Bible believer, and he has it in. He's an actual real Egyptologist, and he's holding that, hey, there was an Exodus. Okay. All right. Let me see. All right, let me play this part right here.
Tyler Lotz. We got Scarab Chronicles. That's very apropos for this video.
Right.
You know, and yeah, so I hope everybody's doing well. Of course, I got my man with me. You know, we are, you know, the Ray and Ghost of urban apologetics. Talking to my man, none other than CMB the Ambassador. What's going on, sir?
What's good, man? We all up in the places, the incarcerated Scarfaces, all that kind of stuff here. You know how we do. What's happening, man? Everything good?
Man, yeah, man. Everything's good. Everything good. We're just politicking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, straight up. Good up.
Oh man. Yeah, it's been interesting. Actually, you know, before I get into all that, if you have not already, please like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend that's him again. And if you like how it goes down, you can show your appreciation via PayPal, or if you like to be a monthly supporter of BK, you could become a patron. You get an assortment of goodies to enhance your personal Bible study. So, before we get into the main topic, we have to address some things. So, when was this? It was earlier this week. I was preparing to do this show, and I'm looking through YouTube, and I see a familiar thumbnail of mine, but it has the Sonetta logo on it. I'm like, that's interesting.
Indeed.
And just for the record, Sa has used my thumbnail before. Totally cool with it, because I'll use his image or other people's image from his channel. So for me to be upset about that would be hypocritical. So Sa, if you're watching this, feel free. If you ever want to show my videos, either to big me up or to critique me, I'm cool with that. I don't, because in the video they talked about he might strike the channel. I'm like, I'm not gonna strike the channel. I don't get down like that. So Sa, you never have to worry about that with me over here, right? So I see a very familiar thumbnail, and so I click on, and it's Jabari and Sonetta, and they are responding to the video I did with Dr. David Falk, which is it was a critique on some of Jabari's claims about the Exodus. And so he goes in, he calls me out, says my name, my government name, a whole lot, which is weird because I've never hidden my government name. Like, my name is Fredo Valentin on Facebook. People call me Fredo on my live. It's like it's never been a secret identity of mine. So I thought that was a little odd, but that's fine. And so he wants to debate Dr. Falk. So funny enough, prior to that, and in fact, prior to our video that I did of Dr. Falk, he already mentioned to me that he would love to debate Jabari. Right? So, there were some things being done behind the scenes. And eventually, Sonetta said that he will not be hosting the debate. Okay? I don't know why this is the case. I'm not going to speculate. Right? Because Sonetta is a grown man. He does whatever he wants to do. He doesn't have to do anything he does not want to do. And he doesn't have to explain. If he don't want to be involved, he doesn't have to be involved. Now, I want you to notice what I just did, right? No speculation. I didn't say he was running. He's scared, right? Because a lot of people on that side of the fence would have done that. But it's not true. I don't know why. Okay? And as far with Jabari is preparing for a debate already with Nepal. And he's preparing for a trip, a class trip, if you will, to Egypt. So it's not a vacation that he's going on. He's working, right? He's getting a class to Egypt, which he does all the time. So it wasn't like it just came out of the blue. He does this on a regular basis, right? So I'm not saying he's running either, right? It's just too, when you prepare for debate, that's a lot of energy. Plus, preparing for a trip of this magnitude, that's a lot on someone's plate. Then you add the fact that he's married, he has a job, a lot of stuff, right? So hopefully we can revisit this at the end of summer, early fall. So Jabari would like to engage, and so would Dr. Falk. All right, nobody's running. No one's running.
If I may, it sounds like a lot of space and opportunity for me, but
I mean, I like to be fair and balanced, right?
Facts, right.
So, now as for me and Jabari, right? A lot of people, some reason, think I'm scared of Jabari, right? So I find that odd. And I mean, he mentioned, we have a history. And I just want to share a couple of things here before we really get into the heart of the matter. So,
well, for one of y'all, but anyway.
You know, he came through very cordial, Jabari, friendly. He came with some of his shrine members. He came with his elder. You know what I mean? They had a vigorous debate. I believe he lost. You know,
faith proper, or are they rejecting a caricature of the Christian faith? You know, and so that.
All right, let me give y'all a real rundown before we get to the main thing, right? Because he's about to mention it right now. What happened is, right, Alvid Boy, always, whenever I had dialogues with Brother Jabari, I always tell him that his information comes from Gerald Massey, Alvid Boyd Kuhn, Tom Harper, and some of the folks who repeat those information, right? Now, those are the guys, the main guys that he's using. I don't know if you guys remember this slide. Where's this slide at? Let me see if I have this slide. There's a slide that I made where I showed like all the guys that he uses. Let me show y'all this real quick. This is a slide that I did in my Jabari file right here. Y'all can check it out. Where I say all Jabari does, church fathers are making a part, so the pagans say we believe the same as you do, sympathize with the persecutions. Fathers and mothers of Egyptomania, Gerald Massey, Percy Graves, Tom Harper, Timothy Freak and Peter Gandhi, D.M. Murdoch, Alvid Boyd Kuhn, Joseph Maccabi, Godfrey Higgins, Albert Churchwood. So all these people are the master teachers for Jabari. It's what I always say, right? I mean, it's nothing offensive. It's just the reality. That's who he uses. So what happened is there's a quote for Augustine and St. Ambrose and some other people saying that they talk about the scarab, like Jesus was the scarab. So he wants to equate the scarab to say that they're using Egypt to say that Jesus is like the scarab beetle. Hence, there's a connection with Egypt from that perspective. All right, that is Jabari's argument. So he's about to get into that right now. All right, so y'all could check it out. As far as the Exodus debate, I am on Jabari's side for that. The actual Exodus didn't happen. But, you know, what can I say?
That's been interesting to kind of see on that. And I can't answer that question because I don't know them. Like I said, I haven't sat down and talked with any of them. But what I've seen so far, that's what it feels like to me. You know, but yeah, been watching and been enjoying what you do and enjoying coming on the channel with you, bro.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. And this guy, Nick, is hilarious. CEO of Choosing Violence, Inc.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if people keep critiquing, I'll keep refuting. And speaking of refuting, we're going to continue the tradition of refuting Jabari.
A long and proud tradition.
This is
oh man.
This is a video. As you know, earlier I said that he's working on a debate with Napa, and this is actually a video with Napa, and they're speaking about the Exodus, I think. But then he mentioned something very interesting about Jesus that I want to hone in on. So,
all right.
With that being said, actually no, this is not that video. This is a different video. I am so sorry. This is a totally different video. We actually did come in on that video with Dr. Falk. This is a totally different video. But he said something very interesting here. So go ahead, see.
Okay.
Once again, drawing from the legacies, the ideas of this, you're going to see it all around you. If you have eyes to see and ears to hear, you will realize that it is all around you. Fascinating. And I want you to recognize that this symbol of creating themselves, the symbol of resurrection, the symbol of renewal, the symbol of being self-created, is the concept that comes from the Keper. And our early adherents to Christianity recognize this. Look at this. In early Christianity, I want you to recognize that St. Ambrose, the Archbishop of Milan, called Jesus the good Scarabaeus. St. Epiphanius called him, he said he was the Scarabaeus of God. And St. Augustine, perhaps St. Augustine is the most important theologian in early Christianity. St. Augustine, who is sometimes called the doctor of the church, who, by the way, says very negative things about the old ancient traditions. Not sure if you're aware of that. I'm not sure if you are aware of that, but listen to what he says. He says that Jesus is my own good beetle, not because he is only begotten, not because he himself, the author of himself, has taken on the form of mortals, but because he has rolled himself in our filth and chooses to be born from this filth itself. You should understand that this means that those early Christians were actually thinking of Jesus as the Keper. Did you know this? I know that when I was raised Roman Catholic, I would hear that Jesus was the self-begotten. And I had to think about what that meant. He created himself? They were trying to reference an earlier concept. Did you know that some early Christian crosses have been inscribed with the Keper? I've read it in several books. I'm still looking for images. I bet you when I finally get to Vatican City, I'm going to see it. Think about this. When we say that when we say that Yeshua is the self-created, I don't know if you know that those people who wrote that were thinking of the Keper.
You stop it there.
Yet, you know, Christian.
Yeah, so this is your first time. Or as this dung beetle that represents resurrection. So what do you think?
I'm not getting it from that. I could see how you can make the case based on this very small 1, 2, 3, 4.5 line excerpt from St. Augustine here, right? But it's giving for me that I don't know that they're trying to say that exact thing, you know. But yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing it, so we'll have to look in. And since you're sharing slides, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit not a point for the other guys, if you ask me.
You know me so well. Also, just coming in is Mr. Southern Hospitality himself, MJ Jackson. What's going on, sir?
Grace and peace, brother. How y'all doing?
We're good. We're good. You're a little low on the volume.
Yeah, man. MJ's the type of dude that have a a hot plate for you. You know, a hot covered dish and some hot lead if you.
Yeah. Either way, it's gonna be hot.
Right.
Either way, it's gonna be hot.
How's my volume now, Alfredo?
I think you're okay. How you sound, C?
It's okay. It's a little low, but it's cool. It's cool.
All right.
Yeah. I'm half deaf, so you can ask me. Yeah.
So right. MJ, so were you watching before you came on or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
not a problem. Not a problem. So, so here's a screenshot of that slide, right? And he's talking about the Keper, the scarab, right? That the early Christian fathers like Saint Ambrose and Epiphanes or Augustine are quoted in saying that Jesus is similar to the Keper, right? Now, two things before we even get into it, based on what he said, right? He mentions St. Augustine, but in the same breath, he says, well, St. Augustine has said some vile and horrible things about the Kemetic religion. Right. So if he's very much against that religion, he's not going to placate and big it up right now in a quote. So that kind of defeats what you was trying to say about St. Augustine. And he talks about early Christian crosses have been inscribed with the Keper. And to his credit, he said he hasn't seen any images of this. Neither have I, right? Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't any, but he has yet to find, right? But what about these quotes, right? So a lot of this comes from Alvin Boyd Kuhn, our good friend Albert Boyd Kuhn. Who is the King of Glory? A critical study of the Christos Messiah tradition. And this is what he says. Actually, MJ, could you read this for us?
Yeah, how's my volume now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. A touch of early Christian association of doctrine with Egyptian origins that did not suffer erasure by the Vandal hands is seen in an identification by Augustine and Ambrose amongst the Christian fathers of Jesus with as the good scarabus. The Egyptian name for the divine avatar coming under the zodiac sign of Cancer, the crab or beetle, in accordance with the continuation for some time of the Kamite symbolism in Christianity. It was also maintained by some sectaries that Jesus was a potter and not a carpenter. The Egyptian god Ptah was the divine potter or shaper of the clay of man's nature into the divine form.
So a lot of people will get
y'all like my reading.
It's very, very, very engaging. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, you got to tune up here in a second. The Potter.
Look, I was channeling Dr. Porkchop.
I got you.
Yeah, you're terrible. You're terrible. So a lot of people would get this information from people like Mr. Kuhn here, right? The problem is, and this is from Tectonics, apologetic source that, does what we do, but definitely better. I still have found no evidence of the good beetle quote in Augustine, and even less for such in Ambrose. As usual, no work of these writers is cited, nor is any reference given for this claim about Jesus as a potter from some sectaries, whoever they are. Okay. Now this is from Jesus and His World, the archaeological evidence from Craig A. Evans. He says, not surprisingly, the radical skepticism of Harper and Price has gained no scholarly following. Harper's strange theory, in which he resurrects the theosophic views and pseudo-Egyptology of Gerald Massey and Howard Boyd Kuhn, among others, have been thoroughly refuted and is not followed by any reputable historian or Egyptologist. In The Unmasking of the Pagan Christ, Stanley E. Porter and Stephen J. Bedard, Kuhn's work has been dismissed by mainstream academia for their lack of sources and documentation, misrepresentation of linguistics, misplacement of quotations, and so forth. Right, this dude's just trash.
Good grief.
And the academic consensus seems to be that Mr. Kuhn's work is trash.
Now, who's relying on Kuhn's work?
Well, Jabari made mention that supposedly some of the church fathers like Ambrose and Augustine mentioned that Jesus was the good scarabaeus, the good scarab. And this claim of these quotes come from people like Albert Boyd Kuhn who don't cite sources.
Right.
So and these Negroes want to debate real PhDs.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna say like Malcolm X, so-called Negroes.
So that's right, Ambrose and Augustine. But what about Saint Epiphanius, right? So this is from Benjamin David Steele. This dude is not a believer. He's not a believer. He's a Gnostic, actually. He says, I found some quotes of the church fathers in Isaac Meyer's book, Scarabs, on page 63. After the Christian era, the influence of cult of the scarab was still felt. Saint Ambrose, Archbishop of Milan, called Jesus the good Scarabaeus, who rode up before him the hereto unshapen mud of our bodies. Saint Epiphanius has been quoted as saying of Christ, he is the Scarabaeus of God. And indeed, it appears likely that what may be called Christian forms of scarab yet exists. One has been described as representing the crucifixion of Jesus. It is white, and the engraving is in green and back are 2 palm branches. Many others have been found apparently engraved with the Latin cross. Mayers gives this citation. Works, Pris 1686, volume 1, column 1528, number 11, 113, Egyptian Mythology and Egyptian Christianity, etc., by Samuel Sharp, London, 1863, page 3. In Samuel Sharp's book, I could only find the quotes on page 111 near the end of the chapter titled The Religion of Lower Egypt, but there is no citation.
That's one thing I'll say this before we get too far off, man.
Yes.
You mentioned Joe Massey earlier, right? And that's one thing that people tend to forget, man, is how bad that time frame was for Egyptology and Egyptomania and all that kind of stuff. You talked about it. If you talked about it once, you talked about it at least 50 times on the channel, bro. And like one of the things that people tend to forget is how bad it is. Like, and go check this out. This the 6th edition, right? Look it up in your Google search bar or whatever. 6th edition of the 16 Crucified Saviors by Joe Massey, right? There is a disclaimer on there and this is the name of the group, Internet Infidels Incorporated. Okay, they're unbelievers. They're highly atheistic group of people. They don't like Christianity. They say don't trust anything that's in this book, right? And this is the guy that they go into, man. Y'all, vet your sources and your sources. Don't come here with this nonsense. How much you trying to debunk somebody? It's ridiculous. It makes you not look very smart. Okay, just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
You're welcome.
We have another apologist in the building coming from Detroit, and his name is Apologist in Detroit. What's going on, sir?
What's going on, man? I heard that I could come here, say what I want, cite no sources, and it would be fair game.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Wow, what an opportunity. How can I pass that up?
You want to wild out, bro. You're welcome.
No, sir. That's not what we do here. So,
hey, I heard he had bacon for breakfast. I don't know.
He's stupid. I don't know how much you've heard Apologies, Troy. I don't know if you want to say anything real quick before we get into it.
No, we can just keep it moving. I know what's going on.
Okay. So now this gentleman, right? He actually believes that the church fathers said these things, but he goes through this. If you look at his article, he goes through all these different books looking for the primary source for the quotes. He can't find it. There is no source. It just isn't, right? Now, let me, Mr. or Mrs. Scarab Chronicles, the good scab, the good shepherd. He's been called many things. Here's the crazy thing, right? What if the church fathers did say that Jesus was the good Scarabaeus? So what? It's not a ripoff of Kemetic belief, because we know that many believers, when they're trying to articulate the gospel, they will contextualize it for their particular audience. So it would make sense that if they were talking to people who are maybe formerly from the Kemetic faith, using things that they already know, right? So they're not advocating for the scarab, right? And we have actually a perfect example of Paul doing this in the book of Acts when he's talking to the Stoic philosophers, right? He says, as some of your own poets once said, we are God's offspring. That particular poem is talking about the god Saturn. But we all know that Paul is not advocating for the god Saturn. He's just using something that he knows his audience knows as a launch pad to go into the gospel, right? But But scarab, you see, you was good for a minute, but now it's like it's not a syncretism if I'm using it as a metaphor. You can't just make this quantum leap into its syncretism because, you know.
If that's the case, the entire ancient world was syncretizing.
Right.
Now, many of them actually were.
So there is no quotes, but if they were, okay. It doesn't hurt Christianity. It's just them trying to explain Jesus in terms that their audience would understand. Right? So there's that. But let's talk a little bit about these scarabs, right? So we can have a better understanding if there is any real connection, right? Any syncretism, as Scarab Chronicle says. So it says here, this is from Scarab Amulets in the Egyptian collection of the Princeton University Art Museum from Kate Lazica. CMB, if you could be so kind to read this for us.
Sure. Scarabs are perhaps the most important and ubiquitous subset of Egyptian-style amulets. Their substance and significance are due to the religious importance of the scarab beetle, Scarabaeus sacer, as a symbol of rebirth, creation, and the sun god. Scarab beetles lay their eggs in balls of dung. As the larvae grow, they eat their way out of the interior. When the Egyptians noticed the hatching of these scarabs from a ball of dung, an extraordinarily insignificant object, it seemed that they hatched out of nothingness to be created. The Egyptian word for the scarab is keper, which is also the verb to come into existence or to be born. Ah, I got you.
Right.
I see where you're going with
that. MJ, can you continue, please?
The idea of creation from nothingness fits well with the ancient Egyptian understanding of the world as a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The Egyptians thought that just as some plants were reborn annually, the sun was born every morning in the east, aged, and died every night in the west. It then traveled through the underworld each evening to be reborn again in the morning. Similarly, they believed that people would be reborn in the afterlife. What better symbol than a dung beetle to reflect these processes? Egyptians also connected the scarab with a version of the sun god named Khepri, the one who comes into existence, who was born every morning. In nature, they observed that the scarab beetle would push a ball of dung several times larger than itself with its legs. Similarly, they believe that the Khepri, the scarab solar deity, will push the sun disk across the sky each day.
Thank you. So, does this really sound like Jesus to you?
Not pushing dung.
Being born every morning. Being born, being created
At
from
all.
nothing.
At all. Right. That's what I was saying. I was picking up what you're going with this. You know, the God that we serve, the Christ that the scriptures talk about, you know, there's a lot of fake ones, but the one the scriptures talk about did not come into existence. Yes, he was born of a virgin, but that was in his flesh, you know. And so the God that we serve, according to John chapter 1, was with God and is God and created all things that were created. He didn't create himself. We've heard of other Egyptian deities that could do that in ways that we won't mention because it's a family show tonight.
That's right.
You know, this ain't that. Put it that way. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah.
So speaking of scripture, CMB, I'm glad you mentioned that. Chris, could you read John 1:1 for us?
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
All right. But anyway, I'm here, man. Anybody want to jump on? Is there a topic you want to talk about? Is there an Israelite want to show and prove you're an Israelite today? I leave the stream open. You can come on, jump on, do what you want to do. I want all the smoke today. I want all the smoke. Anybody want the smoke? I'm here. Nobody want to jump on? Everybody good? All right. Peace and love. I'm out of here. We've been on long enough. All right. Peace and love, family. I'm out. Peace.